Alright. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, phantoms of all kind. My name is Phantasma Knight, warrior poet with the Order of the Lit Rat. Today we're going to be playing more Arknights. Hopefully, I'm going to be able to finish the story reading for this event. Might take me a little long though. I think we were halfway through stage 4. And I went ahead and did stage 5 so I can get the welfare character, and I think I forgot to include him in my team as yeah. I was thinking this was him. No, this is the guy from the last event. So yeah, I didn't include the new guy in my team as I went and just all deployed and trust farmed. So that's a little unfortunate. Anyway, hey there, Nico. Once again, you're here before I start the stream. Kind of wondering how you're doing that and whether or not you're actually here, to be perfectly honest. Ref, good to see you as always. Hana-san, thank you for the triple redeem. I went and got some water, but I guess I didn't actually stretch before stream. Kiba, hello there as well. Alright. So let's go back and do the story reading. Let me just check the summary for the first half of stage 4. Need a bit of refresher on what was happening here. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't quite get what Ling was doing, because from what I can tell, she just kind of said no to this entity that's going to like threaten to consume them. Like in the present time, she just kind of said no to it. But this was the last thing we saw was a flashback in the past. Shuo, who we know as Chung Yu, was arguing with Wang about how to deal with this whole dragon situation. Apparently, there might have been a slight, if not betrayal, at least deception of the Yanni's army, as Shuo let another pyramid get away. None of these guys think that the other Pyramids have any chance of dealing with Sui. They just think, hey, you know, maybe if we get it, maybe there's enough of them, they could at least slow it down. You know, put up a fight at least. Because I mean, these guys are getting hunted down by like regular soldiers, basically. You know, since Kiba gave me a blessing of luck, let me just go ahead and do my free roll for today. I think I've been slacking so hard in Arknights, I might have missed one of my free rolls a few days ago. I still don't know for sure. I neglected the game right until it rolled over at like 4 AM, so I have no idea. I might have done it early in the day. I probably didn't. Sigh, just a 4-star.
You're the boss of this training camp?
Oh well.
And
Better
they
than
call
3-star
you
at
the
least.
doctor?
Gets me some stuff for the long run. You know, maybe I'll go with another set of pulls today. It's going to shorten my supply for the next banners, but well, we'll see. In any case, let's get back to the story reading. Let's see, second half. I said I was trying to take care of food stuff. Like, I didn't even get like a proper meal. I just got some Soylent. Mix in a bit too much powder in here. Hopefully it actually fills me up instead of just fattening me up. Also got a few pieces of beef jerky while I'm at it. Hey Ref, we just did a single pull now because for this event they've given us like free pulls every day. Other than that, maybe I'll do a 10 pull or something like that. It's the same banner as last week, but we're still missing the other 6-star. Yeah. Okay, I have no idea what voice I use for this guy. Right leg, almost fully polished. Can't believe the first thing I'm doing after reforming my vessel is to die for someone else's sake. Time to go. No, it's you. No, you're it, but you're not it. You're, interesting. Very interesting indeed. You know, now that I think about it, I can't remember what voices I used for any of these people. Probably should have reviewed my last VOD, huh? How does it feel to see your old enemy split apart like this? Your old followers turned into an unruly rabble? What enemy? I simply had a dream that caused some delay. I managed to evade the great hunt before I woke. It's not such a bad thing to die here after awakening. But you should not kill me here quietly. You should let me die before the Yenni's army. Otherwise, maniacs will keep coming, trying to die in my name. I didn't catch on, but I mean, this is... I don't know if he is a Fernmut, but this was the thing that the enemy army was worshipping and was leading them, question mark? But yeah, I mean, that's the name. It'd be the last thing I want. Desperate people will resort to desperate measures. You are not necessarily the reason. I won't kill you. Quite the opposite. I can't let you die. Wasn't the Shu's plan? I thought Wang was against this. You want to help me instead of killing me? Interesting. How do you intend to deal with a self-proclaimed Shanghai Zong? Though it was no more than a fragment, they have indeed inherited the old carpenter's arts. They're not entirely unassociated with me. They'll live. If you leave. What do you mean? The Yanni's army wants you, not them. It's trivial for you to leave. I'll help you if you encounter any obstacles. As for the Shanghai Zong, they'll last 2 more days, give or take. Ultimately, they will all die, taking a third of the Yanni's army with them. If you die for them here, they'll become even more fervent and fight to the better end. If you leave, they will flee, and Yan's mission will be done, so they can recall their armies. This is the only way for you to stop the war. You are it. No, not quite. You are 10 times it in scheming and intrigue. I'd be indebted to you. What do you wish from me in return? A peace and reserve that could perhaps come in useful. No great loss if it never comes into play. Now that makes me feel a little slighted. I'll repay this debt, I promise. How do you intend to help me when you don't know what I'm trying to do? You would treat a Fernmut as a peace and reserve. What you're plotting must not involve a mortal man. This is about yourself. Split apart, you said. How many pieces are there? 12. Then I take the only thing you care about is whether it is the 12 that's left or the 1. One word of advice. One tree does not make a forest. You are defying the laws of nature. You need all the help you can get. Ask your siblings if they thought of any alternatives. Beings like you are not meant to be measured by normal logic and reason. If you can find the solution, you will rid the world of a great threat. I think I emphasized the you there a little too much. I think he probably meant you as in U12, not you, the individual in front of me. We will never be truly gone as long as my dream has not been fully worn away. As long as the 12 of us persist in my dream. Falsehood is reality, the great way unfeathered. Such is for all things. Sounds to me you intend to carry the heaviest yoke of them all. You want to drag the entire family into the instant before Sui awakes, then extend the instant to eternity in your waking dream. How long do you think you'll last? What if I drank all the wine across the lands? I hope there is a less desperate way. We were never equals to it. Desperate times call for desperate measures, do they not? I know, but I did not save you on a whim. Why do you bring this up again? Of course you have your reasons for doing things, but too often you cast your eyes too far and forget that things are near. Wait, what do you mean? I was asked to do so. By whom? Oh. The one man's alive. He has avoided the Eye of Yon, as he does not have followers like the Shanghai Zone. He told me about you after I took him beyond Yanni's reach. Have you told our eldest brother? Not yet. And be pretty astute when you need to be. I asked Ho for about ideas for a way out, after I help him leave Yon. His words have given me thought. Perhaps I am not in its dream. Perhaps it is in my dream. Interesting, that old man. I would love to drink with him if I got the chance. The unusual activity of Sui may indicate that something's disturbing it in its dream and accelerating its awakening. Yeah, okay, I am a little lost because I thought it was the other brother who let that Jew go. Was that a different creature and I'm just mixing up the names? Who knows? It's merely addressing the symptoms, but if I can enter its dream and see what the culprit is. Risky. Are you not concerned it may awaken? Does it really make a difference whether it awakes in 70 years or 7 days? I feel like 70 years gives you a little more time to prepare. Would be enough? Who knows? What if I offer not my help? I'll find a way. Might this way have something to do with me, such as stealing something from me? I'll take that as a yeah. Give me your word. You will not do anything too foolish in this dream. If I violate my oath. Stop. There's no need for oaths between family. But please, do not break my heart. Yes. Now then, drink up. You may take the goblet with you. Just drink? What more do you need to dream? No ritual necessary. The elder proxy takes the cup and downs its contents. As vertigo overcomes him, he attempts to support his body with his arms. The stone table beneath his elbows have turned into a wooden boulder covered in moss. He's never seen such scenery, be it in the chaos or after he came into the mortal realm. He is it, but its dreams are too complex to be closely examined one by one. Where am I? A battlefield. A battlefield of void and emptiness. The proxy hears Fernmut roar at Fernmut. I still don't know how to pronounce that word, actually. Humans swing their weapons at other humans. Humans swarm Fernmut before they are suffocated, crushed, and devoured. He hears the pain trembling of Fernmut's as massive human weapons are locked and loaded. But he sees nothing. Invisible Fernmuts walk across the ground. Vegetation disappears where they tread, revealing black and yellow soil. Invisible entities strike the mountains, cracking them and causing avalanches. But it remains still. It is in fear, angry, in pain, but it cannot fight back, cannot avoid it, not even let out a whimper. Is this its nightmare? After the 12 of us left, its dreams lost their visible image. The proxy takes a step back, but even the mountains are trembling in the nightmare. He can hardly keep himself upright. Hang on, let me scroll forward a little bit. Ah, okay. Just because you're in a dream doesn't mean you shouldn't watch your feet. Who's there? How did you get here? Ju wanted to come personally to help you, but his brain has had a hard enough time dreaming for himself, much less entering another's dream. I'm more suited to these things. Lamentable, is it not, that Sui's dream has become so torn and broken? Fortune and misfortune are truly two sides of the same coin. You are in its nightmare, and you have drawn its line, like it or not. Look. Ho points in the distance, where heaven and earth melt into one. Suddenly, a black silhouette emerges from nothingness. Fairmoon. Humanity. Weapon. Look, all you bots and scammers can just go and F off. Okay, then let me just make sure that I've actually got the YouTube chat showing. Fernmut, humanity, weapon. It all seems utterly unreal, like the picture books that some Yanese soldiers carry with them. Flip through the pages rapidly, and the pictures begin to move as though they have been subject to dust's touch. I'll awaken it? Quite the opposite. A nightmare does not last long. Anyone trapped in a nightmare only seeks to wake up. This silhouette at least allows it to sleep a little longer. And what do you mean by fortune and misfortune being two sides of the same coin? Ho says nothing, but Wang sees it. At first, the images are awkward and stiff, but soon they become smooth. Not much has changed, except for a white shadow appearing within the black silhouette. What is that? How 12 of you took something from its dream. When it let you go, its old dream gradually blurred, and the new dream became empty. But what was left behind was not a void. It was a mirror, waiting to reflect the first thing that enters this dream. That thing, that man, is you. What is this? You are seeing its nightmare, and now a reflection of you, the you who filled the void in its dream. You told me about the strange things that happened in your family a century ago. Now they have all come together, but in your image. This is its creation, its puppet, and the reflection of a reflection, which it is loath to face. It's time to go. Go? What else? Do you intend to kill it? This is the shape of the void, and killing it might destroy whatever consciousness it still retains in the dream. Your mind is sharp, but your words are terrifying. You could not kill Sui outside the dream. What makes you think you can kill it in the dream? I suppose you could try, and you are confident that you'll be able to escape unscathed. I'm confident that I could take it down with me. You don't listen to what people say, do you? I suppose I have to fetch someone whom you care about. Wang? He wants to sacrifice his own life to kill Sui in this dream. Have you abandoned your word so soon, my second oldest brother? He did promise he wouldn't do anything too crazy. But now I'm wondering, since Sui seems to have taken the form of a white-haired version of Wang, what if it's Sui that tried to escape in Li's body during Ling's event? Because, like, I mean, looking at the kind of person Wang is, it doesn't seem like he's the kind of guy who would randomly steal someone else's body. And also, why would he? He has his own body. Still does. Such opportunity would not come again. That's quite enough. It's time to bring your brother out of the dream, girl, or we'll all be in danger. In this dream, this time, I glimpsed the dream your slumber in my own reflection. Is this Sui talking now? You saw the reflection, and the price was to create an inexplicable foe for yourself in the centuries to come. Having to face this again, you must be filled with regret. What a terrible error. If I knew this reflection of yours could leave the dream and enter reality, I would not have left so easily. Where are you hiding? No matter, I will find you. So in a kind of effed up way, I guess there are still 12 siblings. Even though one of them seems to have passed away, a reflection of Wang is running around out there. I think in the past, they made it sound like the siblings were at odds. Some of them want to seal it away, some of them want to bring it back. But right now, it seems like it's just one that wants to bring it back. The part that embodies the most of his consciousness. Yes, it's time to go. Clearly unwilling to stay any longer, Ho waves his stick and the three figures disappear. Should have just said vanish. Same meaning. But neither he nor Ling realizes they have simply taken one of many Weiqi stones. The stone will shatter when they depart the dream, and Ho and Ling will not find the same hill when they attempt to return to the dream. Don't try to find me again. It's not worth it. A black aura suddenly surrounds the proxy. The next instant, he is leapt from the cliff into the formation of thingless things. At the horizon, the beast-safe silhouette seems to have been hit by something, letting out a wail that shakes the earth. The gray-white tide of humans, outlined by black lines, quickly swallows the firm silhouette and rushes towards the proxy. In the distance, it looks like a thin line. Up close, the raging tide obscures the heavens. Black armor, plain robes, iron swords, pale bows. Yanni's equipment from 1,000 years ago in black and white, like an uncolored draft surrounding the proxy. The first soldier charges like the proxy. A spear carrying the afterimage of arts rushes towards the proxy's throat. The proxy cleaves in two. Bring it on, he shouts. The army and Sui's stream pauses for an instant. Then they rush toward him, like a river that his words had frozen for an instant. What's going on? Mr. Shuo. Yearling's candle holder. Where is she? As he speaks, a claw the size of a mountain is brought down upon Shuo. Shuo swings his fists. Heaven and earth tremble. As attack foiled, the Sui beast turns his attention to the other side, at the enormous weapon that has just been assembled, not even taking the time to lick its bleeding wounds. We can't stop it. Half the Imperial Guard have fallen, along with the human troops that had been deployed to the Tomb of Sui. We have mobilized every soldier in the 4 cities around Baizhou. We can only hope before it destroys the next city. Where is Wang? Where is he? What use is there in looking for him? Ling took the others into a dream to protect them when Sui awoke. You led the army to fight Sui. Who else could awaken it other than the Great Offender? Oh, is that why he's the Great Offender? I totally forgot that that was his title at some point. Man, the story is so fragmented when you spend so much time between each section. The Offender? Hang on, let me just make sure. Okay. So Ling comes in yelling Daga. Ling? You should not be here, or is the dream already? Who could see a gulper of cups become now? Is she chanting something? Ling's eyes are closed. The dream has yet to end. Even in the dream, however, she and the other siblings in it can feel its presence, so very near now. It has come to this. A fight to the death it is. Shuo is awake. He draws a sword, which has not yet tasted blood. In the dream, Ling points her lantern at the body of the Bestial Sui. Bestial Sui turns around towards the beings born of itself. I don't think they ever okay, well, I didn't read all the events, but I wonder if they ever explained how exactly this monstrous creature spawned 12 entities that, well, don't like it. Yet just before everyone in the battlefield, every human and every beast could plunge into the coming slaughter, a bloody black figure appears behind the Bestial Sui. Caught you. You! Through dreams and dreams infinite, all of me and all of us are here. There's nowhere for you to go. You wouldn't dare! Kill me and you will be destroyed, as will all your family! Wang does not answer. He lunges forward with his sword and impales the throat of his own reflection, which he has pursued through dreams far too numerous to count. Strange scenes from countless dreams gush from the wound. Mountains, fernwoods, armies. White dreams boil and roil between heaven and earth, and a white mist, fever hot like fresh blood, wraps around the army and proxy outside the dream, even the fernwood. Only when the white figure falls to the ground do the others see that two bodies lie upon the ground, all life gone from them. One was Wang, the other was exactly like Wang, but not even death could wipe the mouse from his face. No one knew who he was. Ling? As the two bodies fall, Ling and her siblings in the dream vanish into nothingness. Ling! The bestial Sui wails with the last proxy. You're still trying to daunt me with illusions. It will not succeed. Who could see a gulper of cups become now a sorrowful drunk? Ling would never say that, not even with the end upon us. How many of your stones sacrificed this time? Go on, count. You may think that I don't have many stones left, but how much is left of your memories? Not much. But perhaps you have forgotten something. Do you really think a few fragments, split from a mere 1/12, could possibly stand against me, the whole that was born alongside this entire land? Remember, your last failure was the same as this. So is this all an illusion? I thought this was some version of something that actually happened. Or maybe... No, they said all life gone from them, so I think this is, if not an illusion, at least like one perceived reality? Hard to say. Does Arknights update next week too? It shouldn't. Because like Arknights, some of their events have different lengths, so this is one of the bigger events. Not only are they giving us a little bit of like pool currency each day, but they are also giving us one free pool each day. And it's a limited banner with 2 6-stars in it, one of which only shows up for limited banners. So this is a bigger event. It shouldn't update because there is still nearly 2 weeks left on this event. Or maybe it is 2 weeks. So it shouldn't be updating next week. In fact, it updated just last week, like, yeah, roughly... Yeah, I want to say that it updated less than a week ago. Because I think I played this on Friday, and I think it updated on Thursday. This is as far as we can go, Your Imperial Majesty. You are the only one in all of Yan who may enter the room beyond this door. I'm assuming this is the Emperor talking, but, It is but a door. There is no need to be so fearful. It conceals Yan's greatest secret and its greatest asset. Oh. It conceals Yan's greatest secret and its greatest asset, Your Imperial Majesty. Is that so? The 17-year-old Trulung walks down the last few steps. We're still in the past then. There's no way the current Trulung is 17 years old. Heck, the Chen is probably older than that, considering Blaze is 40. He looks back at the 3 Grand Ministers behind him, who are all still bowing deeply. He frowns and pushes the door open. He has heard about what lies beyond the door. The legends and stories of this ancient nation have been passed down through the centuries. The earth's blessings have granted the stone to his people. The heaven's blessings shall bring an end to Sui. Some say that the prosperity of Yan comes from it. Others say that the True Lung's authority is merely borrowed from it. But no one has seen it with their own eyes in nearly a century. The ascending True Lung is filled with excitement, his fingertips trembling. Everything the land of Yan shall obey him. For the prosperity of Yan, so will one small crystal. He pushes the door open. This is a hazy pillar of fire. Is there a small crystal at the end of it? I thought maybe this was the writing knife, but perhaps not. As ambitious as he is, he could not help but stop before the massive space and blinding light. It is not the first Originium itself, but made additions upon it, the limiters and guidance that generations after generations of Tianxis have placed upon it over the centuries. At the new capital of Baizhou, a tomb was built to hold the vessel of Sui, and the consciousness of Sui was suppressed by the power of calamity. Yet the emperor was not at ease, and so he sought counsel from the Tianxi Barus in hopes of keeping the peace for eternity hence. The power of calamity. Wait, so they use Originium to suppress Sui? Because pretty much all magic in this setting is based on Originium and Originium. I remember they pronounced it slightly differently. I don't know what's going on exactly, because it seemed like there was a precursor civilization that was basically humanity that made it Originium. And I haven't been reading the main story, so I don't know exactly how that ties together. But this dragon seems to be a different kind of entity. Something that lives for thousands of years. Excuse me. And I'm not exactly certain how old Cowset was either. But she also might be thousands of years. So does that make her a Pharaoh mode? I have no idea. Then the Emperor discovered the means to harness the power of calamity, but it would take the lives of 100 Tianxis and 10,000 soldiers to form the blade and slay the beast. Even if complete success were achieved, Baizhou would not be spared. And the Emperor said, "It is shameful to bring harm to the people for one's own purposes. I shall give up myself, and my descendants shall do the same, and not demand the sacrifice of the people." The True Lung passed the next year, and by it the enchantment was complete. The Crown Prince grieved and named it Bufan. Bufan, no rebellion. Sounds like no return, too. My ancestor sacrificed himself and made the reigning True Lung the subject of future human sacrifice. Henceforth, the True Lungs that came after him gave their lives to harness the power of this Originium. I would not have known it was so massive if I did not see it for myself. He thought it was a small crystal. Yet it's no more than a tiny crystal compared to all of Yan and Yan's future. Okay, well, okay, maybe it's a matter of perspective. Yan could have done much more with this device. How much energy have we spent on suppressing the sleeping beast? With such energy, how many armies could we have raised? How many machines could we have built? How could I tolerate such inaction? Is he actually going to... This thing that could basically power a country, they use it to suppress this beast. And this guy is filled with such ambition, he's gonna loosen the restraints, isn't he? He's gonna try and repurpose his power for something better. Oh dear. The True Lung lingers before the facility for a while. He has gotten used to the scorching light, and even starts to feel... boring. A smile comes to his face, as he remembers the reverence on his 3 Grand Ministers' faces. How will he deride their timidity when he leaves the room without being rude? I don't know what to make of this last sentence. I can't parse it. It feels like there's something wrong here. I think he's... okay, let me try and interpret this. So, I think he's trying to... He's basically saying he's trying to chastise their timidity without seeming too mean about it. Okay, so maybe there's nothing wrong with the sentence. He recalls the rule that kept the ministers out from to face this structure alone. The rule that inextricably links it to his life. He could not help but laugh. The True Lung's authority over all under heaven tied to a tiny crystal like this? I am still inexperienced. I'll be relying on the three of you for many things. Yan has been peaceful and prosperous for centuries. Why is it that there are still rebellions? Is there still land where the blessings of Yan do not touch? Or seditious subjects who not submit to imperial rule? I can't say for sure, but as is often the case with situations where rebellions keep coming up, there are some greedy fools, but at the same time, those so-called blessings might only benefit the people in charge. I'll decide myself then, as you do not answer. The blessings of Yan shall touch every corner, so that not even a single person shall worry for food or shelter. The teachings for Yan shall reach every heart, so that not a single rebellious thought will enter the mind of a single man. We shall vanquish the northern traders and build the nomadic city of Baizhou. Both are the foremost priority, and neither shall be delayed. You shall summon the 6 ministries, discuss the specifics, and deliver a proposal by the end of the month. Dismissed. The trio on the other side of the curtain bow in assent and leave. I should have made clear this conclusion earlier. But, or maybe it's more of a hypothesis than a conclusion. I got the feeling, at some point I got the feeling that, well, when they first said he was 17 years old, I thought maybe this was the past of the current emperor. But then I started to get the feeling that this was a emperor from the past. Like, further back than the current one. And, well, that seems to be the case, considering that the nomadic city of Baizhou isn't even made yet. So is this just a city? Hey there, Cheesecake. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm still trying to piece things together, but unfortunately, not only did I forget all the voices I did last week, and there's constantly stuff that they're mentioning, sometimes from past events, sometimes stuff that I'm just like, wait a minute, I thought this person spared him, not the other guy. Like, so there's plenty I'm forgetting. But there's also the fact that they keep jumping around the timeline, and I think the last section we read, not this one, but the previous one, might have been a dream sequence, or like something that didn't actually happen, or could happen, or I don't know. It's very confusing. Like, the gist of it is simple, but the fine details are all blurred together. A little later. Ah, you have returned. It is an honor, Your Imperial Majesty. Right, I should listen to what his voice sounds like in English. I don't think I'll be able to do it anywhere near accurately, but maybe I'm getting like the vocal inflection completely wrong as well. I've long heard of the 12's extraordinary talents of Yan, credited with no small number of achievements for the Empire. I've been curious for some time. I therefore perused the Sui Regulator's archives and found something rather interesting. Be it reports of triumph or suspicious activities, no name has been mentioned more often than yours. His English VA is okay, you're not sure what you were expecting for this man. Yeah, I don't know. I think at this point, like, it's kind of sad to say, but at this point, more than anything else, like more than like any like level of quality or attitude or personality, the thing I expect most of Arknights' voices these days is heavy accent. That's all I expect from them these days. Might be a little mean of me to say, but like sometimes the vocal inflection sounds wrong, you know, almost as if they just got handed someone a English script and said, read this, without making sure they understand what the lines actually mean. But I see your visage is not as terrifying as the rumors claim. He does look pretty intimidating though, especially like his eyes. Hidden under the straggly hair like that. Why has your Imperial Majesty summoned me? Okay, wow. I made him sound kind of dismissive there. They call you the most cunning strategist in all Yon. How do you propose to resolve the two great obstacles we face? The Northern Rebellion is hardly a major threat. The rebels may be influential in their local area, but they are powerless to expand. Nevertheless, it would be inadvisable to allow them to consolidate their position. Took you a while to get used to Typhon. Typhon was a one that I think had a fairly strong accent. At the same time, she's got one of those like higher pitched voices, like, you know, the anime voices. I don't know how long it took me to get used to Typhon. I'm used to it now, but I have no idea if this was one that like lingered for a while or not. Was there anyone in particular who stands out? Regarding the voices, honestly, some of the Higashi characters, like Utake and Akafuyu, I'm not sure, but I feel like the vocal inflection is wrong there. They're not the only ones either. Those are just the ones that come to mind right now. Hey, Sorties. Yeah, we're just going along with the story right now. We're just talking a little bit about like the voice actors because like I don't remember what voices I used last time, and I just, you know, Wong has been pretty prominent here in the story. I'm like, hey, maybe I should listen to his voice actor. At least, you know, I wish there were like, maybe there are easy to find voice actor classes. I wish I had looked into voice acting classes more. And especially like, you know, years ago instead of like just now. But yeah, I'm always, when it comes to voice acting, even though I can't get like the accent or like the pitch like anywhere close to right, like I still remember about how like Jamie Foxx does that thing where he gets the cadence right. Anyway, 50,000 soldiers and 6 months worth of rations will be sufficient to defeat them. Your estimate is much more optimistic than Ministry of War, but I have more reason to trust your judgment on this. What about the other matter? As for the modification of Baizhou into a nomadic city, I understand the Ministry of Works has validated the engineering principles. The only issues are funding, supplies, and the Tomb of Sui beneath Baizhou. Yes, you understand the problem. It is for this that I have summoned you. How do you intend to eliminate Sui? He looks surprised for a moment there. If you are familiar with the scrolls of the Sui Regulator, you understand that we were the same in one Sui, and our fates intermingled. Do you mean to ask how to kill us? It's only Sui that Yan's concerned about, and no other being. You understand, of course, the price that Yan paid for the hunt that occurred centuries ago. The price that must be paid if Yan is to force the issue is 7/10 of his armies, 1/10 of his population, and 50 years of unceasing unrest. 70% of his armies, that would definitely weaken them. And there's always other countries looking for an opportunity. If that is the case, Yan will be in no position to ensure the safety of the 12 of you. The proxy looks up and meets the gaze of the man behind the curtain. So what's happened in this story so far? Super high level, like 2 or 3 sentences. Shoot, I don't even know. Okay, 2 sentences. 1, Wang is playing a super elaborate game of Go or Weiqi with Sui. 2, We are constantly jumping back and forth between flashbacks, different time periods, possibly dreams. Yep, that's basically it. I'm determined to cleanse Yan of this 1,000-year bane. I'm not afraid to pay the price. Any price. Yeah, like right now, for example, this True Lung this is not the current emperor. He is some ambitious 17-year-old who, might be a little too ambitious for his own good. The Sui will be destroyed. The tremendous energy that was used to suppress that beast will be reutilized to build 100 cities and 10,000 battleships and usher in another 1,000 years of prosperity for Yan. I'd hoped that there would be a place for the 12 of you in Yan's future prosperity on account of your past deeds. It is regrettable. If your decision to eliminate Sui comes from practical judgment rather than reckless pursuit of glory, I may have a way. Oh? The 12 of us were one and the same as we were destined to fade, whether it awakes or is destroyed. But it is possible that I could replace it. How sure are you? I will need time. The young man behind the curtain points at the courtyard outside. That ginkgo sapling was planted in the spring of this year. The Ministry of Works swore an oath in this hall several days ago that the rebuilding of Baizhou into a nomadic city will be complete before the tree bears fruit. 20 years. That is the time you have. That is too little time. I'm not here to bargain. Immortality has made you arrogant. Perhaps you have forgotten that mortals do not have many 20 years. Yan cannot wait, and neither can I. You're the new candle holder? So much time has passed in the blink of an eye. As the previous candle holder, she retired last month and asked me to tell you not to worry. I'll take over your communications with the sweet regulator from now on. Is this supposed to be someone we know? Like, why is their face all shrouded? Who am I playing Halo co-op with? If all goes well, Cyberstrike Gaming, Rage of Wrath, and Sir McDonald. The same folks from the last anime chat night that we did. Well, you have your hands full. Most candle holders have to worry about tracking down my free-roaming siblings. As for mine, they have to sit in this office all day, handling books and scrolls. They're more like secretaries than candle holders. I enjoy reading and writing. This is right up my alley. Perfect. What's your name? I'm Chun. Chun? For an ancient tree that shares your name, 8,000 years is spring and 8,000 years is an autumn. Was the one who named you remarkably ambitious or remarkably cautious? Wait, you are... Am I supposed to recognize her? Oh! Well, I mean, the siblings all have pointy ears. Well, do they all have pointy ears? I don't actually know anymore. An elf? Dude, I can barely see her ear. Like, the point of one ear is barely visible. I probably wouldn't even recognize she had ears if I hadn't been looking for it. Yes. Judging from your appearance, you're an elf of Yan. The bestial... Oh my goodness. I was like, Yan 1 extra A? Apparently this is another Fairy Moon? The bestial Yan and his elves are well-versed in the ways of yin-yang and the 5 elements. The element associated with spring is wood. The character for Chun combines both wood and spring, representing vitality and longevity. I see. My mother told me about it when I was young. I didn't expect anyone else to know. Stuff like this is what history is about. It's your first day. I won't put you to too much hard work. Just familiarize yourself with the space. You can look at any books and documents in the study. Now that I think about it, there was an elderly Tianchi that didn't actually look that old, right? I don't remember what their name was. I don't remember what they looked like. But hey, if elves in this setting are also long-lived. All I know is that Moo Moo seems to be the last water elf, so it looks like the rest of her people are gone. The candle holder carefully scans the room. She cannot conceal her eagerness as she sees scrolls and books that fill the wall shelves. Did you write all of these? No, I simply collected the materials. The historians of the Imperial Historical Cabinet are the ones who actually write the books. After all, is writing history a difficult task? It's a heavy responsibility. History books form people's perception of the past, but a few words are hardly enough to give them a complete view. Choices must be made as to which parts to record for posterity, what sorts of lessons those who come after should learn. It's easy to say, write with an impartial pen, but it is the most profound and complex discipline. What if there's a mistake in the history books? Then it should be corrected. History is inevitably warped by the position of the narrator, no matter how impartial the writer attempts to be. I see a few more problems because I've lived longer than most and remember more than most. It's true that your kind, the proxy, are different from other long-lived. Before I joined, I heard that each of you had your own powers. You use your powers to correct the errors in the history books? I heard you have a magical writing knife. You use it to correct those errors? It can, but this is not how it should be used. Huh? Mistakes take root in people's hearts as they are passed from one generation to another. The proper way to fight them is to form a new consensus through debate and clarification, not to simply erase it. Erasing a wrong word from one's own writing is not a significant issue, for it only concerns oneself. To do it to a published book would be to meddle with the memories of thousands. As for history, setting aside the question of how much I can alter will not be a good thing for myself and for Jan. Frankly, it's already a chore to ensure that history is not altered. I hardly have the energy to alter it myself. Seems like there's something that you would like to change with the knife yourself. Huh? Before my mother passed away, she said that I might be the last of the Jan elves. She wanted me to find a home. I wandered for so many years. I tried many ways to blend in, but I always failed. Jan does not want to accept you because the Jan elves were depicted in the Great Hunt as fickle and disloyal. But I know that's not true. The bestial Jan stood against Jan simply to survive. That cannot be denied. The elves, though, could only want to mediate the conflict, yet they became the enemy of both sides. Ultimately, most were killed in battle, their deeds lost to time. So you want to alter this history? I don't deny that I thought about it. I'm your candle holder now. My work comes before all else. I can't lend you the writing knife, nor can I allow you to use it to alter history. I understand. I shouldn't have. But we can find proof that the elves were in fact not disloyal. I will do all that I can to help you correct their erroneous records in the proper manner. Huh? Things haven't been too busy lately. We could visit the area where you used to live. What do you think? I've only just come. Besides, the things I said aren't necessarily true. I can tell that your passion for words and history is genuine. Besides, who will believe you if the historian does not? Yes. This is the key to my office. You're my candle holder now. Take good care of it.
You know, it's kind of interesting. The candle holders, I've always been under the impression that these are people who will keep an eye on them. You know, like it's sort of like, I don't know, like they're parole officers. I don't know if parole officers are supposed to like see to their charges' well-being, but I thought they were just supposed to keep an eye on them for any excuse to drag them back to prison. And that's kind of how I felt about these candle holders. Then again, there was also a thing with Mostima and Fiametta. Like, it kind of felt like that too. But then you go back further and you see that it wasn't just that one person's supposed to keep an eye on the other, but they were friends, they were part of the same unit. And Fia's direct superior is also her old friend who was apparently comatose for a long time. You know, it's kind of interesting to see. Like, I doubt that really dampens the weight of the responsibilities. But you know, when the person that you're watching over when the person that you're supposed to keep an eye on is a friend, it's kind of strange. And of course, there's the whole thing with you, how his candle holder is his one employee. And that's, well, I don't know if his candle holder likes being his employee, but I wonder if that's the reason why he doesn't have any other employees. Because his one employee is the guy who stuck with him anyway. No, it doesn't seem like it. The way they were just talking, she used to be I mean, she is an elf. So she's not one of the siblings, she's a candle holder. She's dressed a bit like Jolie. She's supposed to keep an eye on Jia here, who I believe is dead in the present day. It's Jia's writing knife that you see in the cinematic. The one that just like scrapes off words and they just fucking vanish. How do you get in if you give me the key? Why should the master of the house need a key? I think Jia might be the oldest sister, but I'm not super sure. I don't know where she is in the age order, though. But it seems like Chung Yu, who's known as Shuo in this event, seems to be the oldest brother. Wang seems to be the second oldest. Ling seems to be younger than the two of them. The court building's only just been completed. Why? Don't worry, it will not be torn down. Our two Mutianshis will transplant the Judicial Review Office to a nomadic plane, undamaged. But wouldn't it have been so much cheaper to build it directly on the nomadic plane? I hear the Imperial Court is putting everything behind this nomadic city. I'm sure our corporation will be very important. Get to the point. What do you want? My rosewood chair, ebony table, and kowu plates and danyan lamps, none of them were inexpensive. Here are the receipts from when I ordered my things. If there is any damage... Fine. You'll be reimbursing accordingly. Yes, the prisoners have been transferred. Previous instructions were from the Judicial Review Office, while the new ones are from the Ministry of Justice. I understand, but am I supposed to conjure the prisoners out of thin air? You don't care. The Burn Beast carriages are arriving in minutes? Minister, please excuse the poor hospitality. I did not know you were visiting. I've never seen you in the Skymere Pavilion. I take it you have important business? There isn't much time, Miss Jia. I'll get straight to the point. There is an error in this year's archives I would like to ask you to correct. Mistakes in the documents I audited. Pray tell. The documents submitted by the Ministry of Work state that there were around 100 deaths associated with the Qidao project at Daiyan this year. Why did the number become 30,000? The figure of 30,000 deaths was not cited from a single document, but calculated based on documents from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and local government departments. The records are carefully sourced. I've kept a copy should you wish to review them. While it is not my place to question the work of the Ministry of Works, I have no idea why the 3,000 deaths in Daiyan's local records became just 100 when it reached Baizhou. You must submit sufficient evidence, however, should you wish to question the documents audited by the Skymere Pavilion. Well, Daiyan's not so well staffed as Baizhou, and there are only limited resources available for record keeping. Besides, the cold climate there causes disease and frostbite in winter. Perhaps not all of the 30,000 died in the course of constructing the Qidao. I see. You wish for me to alter the documents to make the Ministry of Works look better before the cabinet. This is not about the cabinet. This is about Yan. You know all about the projects being carried out across Yan. They push the nation's resources to the limit, but there is no doubt that these projects will benefit the nation and its people. I'm not the only one who feels such depressing figures will weaken the people's morale. Gee, I wonder why. I don't deny the benefits of these measures. Precisely because of that, the 3,000 people who died to beat the Chidao gave their lives for the country. It would be an insult to their memory to reduce it to 100. Unless you prove that there has been an error, any text that I have revealed must not be altered. Anyone else who has a complaint can bring it to me directly. The nation must be united in the monumental task of building the nomadic city. Everyone at the court is doing their best, and each faces their own challenges. Yet the writings of the Imperial Historical Cabinet and the Skymirror Pavilion have been most aggressive and deprecating, as though you wish for work on the nomadic city to stop immediately. I don't know if he's just a greedy bastard or a fool. Everyone has their own difficulties. Well, the historian's difficulty is keeping history straight. Is it the writer who has something to hide, or the reader? How dare you! The Imperial Court has compensated the next of kin in full. Not a single coin has been withheld. I've noted this in the documents that I approved. The care that the Imperial Court has shown towards those injured and killed, as well as their families, illustrates Yon's love towards his people. Then why do you cling to a single number like this? I understand your concern for Yon, Minister, but I worry that people will only see the glory of the accomplishments, and not the people whose sacrifices made it possible. All I can do is ensure that the history I see is recorded exactly as it is. And you think you alone can decide the history of Yon? History has never been decided by one person. It is the countless soundless voices of millions. You are a learned man in a position to improve the lives of thousands upon thousands, ministers. I simply leave behind some words for the people whose voices will never be heard. Now ask your conscience and answer again for those people. How many died building Diane's Cheetah this year? Was it 100 or 3,000? So, I believe that this is one of the siblings, and I'm pretty sure they confirmed it last time, but I can't remember for sure. It's just her color scheme stands out so much from the rest of them. She's using a completely different color palette from the rest of them, and her tail is a super prominent tail. The Minister of Works just stormed off in a huff. It's because of Danyan. She has a very patable tail, right? Okay, well, straight up says sister here. And this is why you have come, sister. Can't imagine how they managed to convince you to lobby on their behalf. Am I actually dreaming while the one in the tomb of Sui has awakened? Are you so sarcastic to everyone these days? I came to tell you that the Sui regulator and the Ministry of Justice have approved your request to clear the Yan El's name. I'm sorry, I was in a bad mood. Apologies accepted. This is the first good news I've heard in days. It'll make Chun less gloomy, I hope. It's not good to be fighting with the Sui regulator, but I doubt they would be happy to see you get too friendly with your candle holder. I understand, but she's really taken to her work, helping me compile the histories. She clearly likes it. I have a feeling she didn't become a candle holder because she wanted to, because she was alone and didn't have a choice but to take the hand that was offered. Well, a wrong has been righted. That's always a good thing. Of course, I think part of their intention is to get you to compromise on changing the documents. I simply came to discuss matters, because this matter has gotten to the 3 Grand Ministers and the True Lung. I'm not lobbying on anybody's behalf. Just treat it as the tomb of Sui throwing a tantrum. You are the only one in the family who jokes about this. Ling has honey words and you speak with heaven's authority. I'll settle for the frivolous tongue then. It's true that the officials of the court are facing a dilemma in this matter. The figure of the 3,000 will cast a shadow upon the nomadic city project. The implications it may have for Yan are unknown. This is so effed. Like, I guess that there's an advantage in manipulating public perception, But, shoot. Reducing 3,000 to 100? That's ridiculous. Excuse me. It's already extreme case when you cut the number of casualties in half. But here, cutting the number of casualties by, like, 30? Are you fucking stupid? The implications it will have for Yan once it realizes that this nation has been built on lies. On needless deaths and lies. Because the reason why I say needless deaths is because, like, maybe these 30,000 made a good sacrifice, or like made a valuable sacrifice, a valuable contribution to the country. But if you keep hiding these figures, then the people in charge will keep just pushing to get people killed, to get things done. They will think it's normal to reduce the number of casualties to a 30th of what it actually is. And they'll keep doing this over and over, until at some point everyone's like, what happened to our nation's population? They'll be like, well, this is how we've always done it. Suddenly your nation has been wiped out, and the remaining people will realize that your country has been built on lies. The Emperor is, this has reached the Emperor's ears. And the guy wonders why there's constant rebellions. Stupid. I was reviewing this a little bit here about honeyed words and heaven's authority. Ling has honeyed words because she's a writer, a poet. June has heaven's authority because she seems to be speaking on behalf of the ministers, the Grand Ministers, and the True Lung. The True Lung is the Emperor, which emperors are often depicted as having heaven's authority. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll probably check out Game Pass as well. I don't remember I ever attempted in the past, but it should be cheaper than getting the whole game. I'm curious about it though. Like, if this is something I like enough, like, you know, I might feel, maybe at some point I'll feel like going back and playing it again. But still, it should be way cheaper than buying a game if I'm just going to just be streaming it just a few times. I see another triple redeem, so go ahead and take care of that. Honestly, I thought I'd be going on another ad break by now, but this section... Wait, is this section long, or have I clicked on another section without realizing it? Did you tolerate the falsification of records while you were still administering justice? Falsifying records is a crime, of course. However, the perpetrator did not do it out of selfish interests. I will consider extenuating circumstances while determining the punishment. I'm surprised to hear that. We each have our own specializations. I don't work in history, and you don't work in law. Perhaps that is how matters of law work, but not in history. I want to study history and language because I want to learn what the human mind is truly like. The answer to my questions may lie in the intention behind words, and the truth behind history. Not for Yan, nor for the land, not even for our family, only for my own questions. Yeah. Chun, what are you doing here? I wasn't ready to tell you. Tell me what? Never mind. What's the hurry? I went to the site to get the drafts you asked. I discovered signs of an intrusion. The writing knife on the desk is gone. Okay, so unless there's another culprit, it looks like the ministers are not only... No, they're not only liars and people who think little of the sacrifices that of the bodies and lives that they have thrown away at the prosperity of the country, but they're also thieves. That's just nasty. Okay, well, it is time for a break. I just want to double check, make sure that I didn't like accidentally like read another section, because I did not expect to be like 20 minutes past the 1 hour mark. Maybe I did take too long contemplating something. I don't think I did, but I'm a little curious. Okay, so that was just one section. That was just really long. Alright, so I'll make sure to stretch some more, I'll sip some more water, but for now, let's go on a quick little ad break. Make sure to get up, stretch, get some water of your own, and we'll be back shortly. Alright, I am back. And let's get back into the reading. Oh crap, wrong scene again. Keep forgetting I have a separate scene for Arknights. Because it's actually not just for Arknights, it's mostly for Arknights. But there's a couple other things in there. Actually, before that, let me listen to Wang's voice again. Operators, acquisition date.
You are, Doctor. I am honored to finally meet you. As you've already met many of my siblings, I shall not belabor my introduction. I am Wang, a former strategist. As for our earlier encounters, let us consider them not worth mentioning.
You spotted it, Doctor?
Okay, before we do anything
That's a
else,
new variety I've been breeding.
I know I said that a couple times
Do you
already.
like it?
But I'm going to go ahead and spend a little bit of my stamina because I'm about to be capped out. Been getting lazier and lazier with this whole gacha game thing lately. Well, I am curious about what's going on in Girls Frontline's story. It's like my attention span is stretched so thin. Like, if it was just a visual novel, I think I would like. If it was just a visual novel with like some cinematic cutscenes, I think I would have been more interested in reading it. I know gacha games, because of the whole like we have like events cycling through, so you have to play it now or else you'll miss out. Like, it gives you some incentive to like play it then instead of, you know, just going through each of these like, you know, 30 episodes or whatever one by one. But it's still a bit of a pain. Sorties, I'm actually a little annoyed that everything is on Steam, because that means that and the moment that something goes wrong with Steam, like, you know, the server's going down for a while, then you're just completely out of luck. You can't do anything with it. And it also means that because it's the only thing I use, it's hard for me to pay attention to anything else. And I know it's great to have everything in one place. But for example, like, there's a whole bunch of games that I have on Epic Games, for example, and I've forgotten that some of them, like, I even had. Like, for example, like, Raf gave me those Batman Telltale games. I already had them on Epic Games. That is an interesting mindset. The day that Steam dies, like, a big chunk of my life would be hollowed out. I was gaming long before Steam, and if Steam were to die sometime in the next couple of decades, I'll probably be gaming long after that. I see. Do not tell anyone else. Be extremely careful. I need you to do something for me. Disclaimer, I say that if Steam dies in the next couple of decades, there's no guarantee I'll survive the next couple of decades. I'll be free of gaming when I'm finally dead. Or if I get isekai'd. Even then, if I were to get isekai'd, it wouldn't even be the good isekai either. It would be the oh crap, I just got drafted into the A war and I'm on the front lines. The Judicial Review Office has begun to investigate anyone who was near the Skymere Pavilion around the time that the writing knife was stolen. Outside of our siblings, you could count the number of people who know about the existence of the knife with one hand. Yes, it's just as I feared. I won't stand aside and do nothing if someone tries to harm you, Jaya. I doubt someone trying to harm me would use such means. It feels more like a warning. His Imperial Majesty is an energetic ruler. He wanted every person in the land to bow to him. He would recognize our family as not being of his kind. But I do not believe he would stoop so low as to use the knife in underhanded ways. It's not fair. If there's anyone who should be above suspicion, it would be you. You know how hard the words fair and just are to write. It's as our oldest brother says, there's no point in arguing when it's 1,000 miles against one. I doubt he would just let this slide if he were here. I wouldn't like to see him when he's angry. What is your plan? You won't tell Wang about it? It's times like these that he is most useful. Jia shakes her head. That was what I was about to ask you. Please keep this a secret from Wang. People have feared and avoided him for many years. His position has grown even more precarious under the new emperor. This is not the time to drag him into this. Besides, I fear he will do something irrational if he finds out. Alright, I'll listen to you. But I hope you can be honest with me, Jie. Are you absolutely sure that you and Wang are not plotting something? Come on, don't interrogate me like this, sister. I guess no one could lie to you successfully. I knew it. You understand that's a dangerous power you wield. I know the risks, but I'm not the only one who has to share with them. Shuo, Wang, Ling, and you've done so much for us, the younger ones. I have to do my part. Besides, I don't want these names that I put so much thought into to fade away in history. June continues to frown. Jia takes her sister's hands in hers. They are rough from all the years of playing instruments, but it is a comfortable feeling. Fingers rough from playing instruments. Yeah, I didn't think about that. For some reason, you always think of like court musicians as having like delicate hands. But plucking the strings all day can't be gentle on them. If they're playing a flute or something like that, they shouldn't be callous. But especially strings pulled taut. Probably why you have a guitar pick instead of just using your fingers, even though you could. I don't know if there's any other benefit to using a guitar pick though. I'm here. I'm alright. Don't worry. You know, I had a dream. Dream about our future. It's a different future from the fields of white that Shu spoke of. I saw all of you truly live as yourselves. The vision was so real and didn't seem like a dream. I even have a feeling that it's more than just a dream. The nuance was a little different, but she did basically just repeat herself. It's good to see you, Miss Nian. Hey, Roundhead! You're the one supervising the work? What about the foreman? Where's he slacking off? You misunderstand. My master has been very busy with city designs ever since he received news of Baizao's modification. He has gone an entire month without sleep at his busyness. That slowpoke picks himself up once in a while, eh? He calls Yan's first ever Namek city a project of a monumental significance. Every detail of the city must be carefully considered. Therefore, he must complete it before you have a chance to do something to his design. What the? How dare he talk behind my back like this when I always share the good stuff with him? Where is he? I'll bite his head for this. Sleeping. He has slept for 10 days now, but he's supposed to deliver the draft of the gates to the Ministry of Works today. Don't tell her that. She's gonna sabotage everything. He told me that I'm to stop the Ministry's people from getting in no matter what. Huh. No, that's the Yi I know. Is there something else? You said Yi's sleeping. I remember that he picked up a meteorite a few decades ago. It's still in his garden, isn't it? Where? Miss Neon, I have my master's instructions. I'm not to allow anyone into the Garden of Grotesqueries, whether it's you or anyone from the Ministry of Works. Why are you so loyal to him? Say, wasn't it I who gave him the materials to build your body? You should obey my orders. Now shut up and get out of my way. Please, Miss Neon, you make my position most difficult. Mr. Liang, Miss Neon, the Assistant Minister requests your urgent presence as the Forbidden City. Urgent? How much? The Baizhao project has encountered a snag. Shipment materials, Oreron and Orgenium and the like, which Baizhao urgently needs, has been delayed. It's brought construction to a grinding halt. What the? What are the geezers of the Ministry of Works doing? Well, they're trying to, make history seem more convenient to them. What is going on? I demand an explanation. The construction of Baizhao is the most important thing in the land. How could this be allowed to happen? Excuse me. The cheetah around the capital is well maintained. How could it collapse when no catastrophe has occurred? How could there be bandits so close to the capital? Yeah, I'm gonna look up what this cheetah thing is. I'm not getting good definition, but but looking at these, it seems like my best guess is like Imperial roads, basically. Like some kind of highway. Or perhaps an express lane for transporting specific goods, like like a railway or something? Uncertain. I have to say that these incidents are highly suspicious, sir. The sun collapsed and the supplies that disappeared without reason, then just showed up just as suddenly as where they should not. There's indeed someone behind all this, and the objective must be to sow confusion. Rumors have been spreading the city. Many workers believe that Baizhou picked a time of ill fortune to begin construction. Someone sowing confusion? Who? Sir, the Minister of Rights requests a meeting. What is Rights doing at a time like this? Did they come to laugh at us? Reporting, sir. The Minister of Rights said that although the Ministry of Works has been quite busy of late, this trouble involves more than just the Ministry of Works. There you are, Jun. Do you know why I've summoned you? I suppose it's because of the writing knife. Yes. How do you propose to solve this dilemma? Perhaps if you could put in a few good words for it and return it to its owner? Wait, what is she saying? If you could put in a few good words for it and return it to its owner. Why do they have to put in a few good words for her? Her, assuming being, yeah. Return it to its owner implies that they took the knife. Huh. Go on. If the numbers are the problem, it's as simple a matter as going overhead to alter them. They should not be necessary. They did take that. How interesting. Her previous candle hider retired after being accused of growing too close to a proxy. She has a knack for winning people over, doesn't she? I mean, all the proxies have their own eccentricities, but they have never plotted against Yan. Indeed, we can tolerate the eccentricity of others, as long as they do not seek to harm Yan. But you must understand what you're dealing with, and what her powers mean to Yan. The supervisor tosses the unsubmitted document towards Chun, and hands her a writing brush dipped in ink. Try. Try if you think you can go over the head of the proxy. Change the numbers to what you want them to be. Imperial Majesty, the Ministry of Rights and Works have completed the investigation into the lost supplies for the Baizhou project. The investigators unanimously agree that it was mostly an intentional act, and that there was someone behind it. Supplies have arrived at Baizhou. The Ministry of Works will do its best to make up for lost progress. What are you hiding? You suspect that there was someone behind it. You must have a suspect. The nurse official does not dare look straight at the figure behind the curtain. Out of the corner of the eye, he glimpses his majestic lord standing before his desk, writing something. They're behind schedule. Behind schedule for what? This is a big project. It should take as long as it needs to. A well-timed declaration of war. 2, in fact. One telling me that she is the sole mouth of Yan, while the other demonstrating that he can easily disrupt Yan's greatest project, that the continuation of the project depends on his approval. Okay, and now I'm trying to figure out if someone is throwing them under the bus, or if Wang and Jia are actually committing sedition. It doesn't seem super likely for... It doesn't seem super likely for Jia, but I mean, Wang seems to be known as the great offender. Oh wait, no, wait, hang on. Maybe they're not actually doing any kind of sedition. Maybe it's just that the Emperor is just interpreting things however he wants. Telling him that she's the sole mouth of Yan. She just wants the truth. and doesn't allow anyone to alter it. And because of that, he thinks that she is trying to, like, trying to say that she's better than him or something like that. Would there come a day when they could make Yon's armies turn themselves if they wanted? This is a most serious matter, Your Majesty. If the proxies are indeed stirring trouble, the Swede regulars should act immediately and punish them severely. There's no need to be hasty. The figure behind the curtain thinks for a moment, then puts down his writing brush. I know the craft of calligraphy must be honed over a long period, but I have not seen the efforts bear fruit. Still, understand now why the Grand Preceptor wanted me to spend so much time on it. One must be in control of oneself. The young Trulung gazes upon the ink on the paper, but he seems dissatisfied and frowns. I'm not gonna try and read that. The moon's wan gloom drew every eye. He picks up the writing knife and uses it to scrape away the conspicuous character of Wang. I know we're like still halfway through the story, but like times like this I'm wondering why I'm still reading Arknights. It seems like almost every single arc has some a-hole like this, who's being cruel seemingly for the sake of being cruel. I know he's just selfish, he's just arrogant, he's just an ambitious young man who's being too young. I don't know. I feel like this war is beyond saving. I kind of don't want to even see like how this war turns out anymore. It's nasty. Every single arc is like this. Used to think the writing is good. Maybe it is, but I'm getting kind of tired of this. Why do the siblings still live in this country? I feel like after all this crap, the siblings should have all just bailed. So maybe they'll be hunted down. They're still not being treated well now. It feels like they're going to be hunted down regardless. They keep staying here. They're going to die here. At the hands of selfish people who just used them all their lives. They should just bail. Just defect it to every country other than Yon. And then just watch Yon just collapse under his own weight. Maybe there's no point doing that because all the other countries are just as bad. And maybe because these siblings actually care more about the people than its own rulers. Anyway, he picks up the writing knife and uses it to scrape away the conspicuous character of Wang. In an instant, that patch of paper is white as new again. He's clever, unlike his pedantic sister. He knew to let the supplies arrive at Baizhou eventually, make a show of good faith. He wished to protest on behalf of his sister. I'll humor his brotherly love. They record the figures as they like. As for this writing knife, I considered doing something with it, but never mind. Return it. Okay, that could have gone so much worse, but I was so ready to just drop this whole thing. I'm just like, I mean, it's still not going to go well. Not one bit. I mean, we all know she dies, but god dang, that still turned out way, way better than I expected. At this point, like, I have no faith in the people of this universe at all. Not even the slightest bit anymore. Yeah, the sweet regulator has recovered your item. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Jer. I apologize. You found the thing that I lost. That which was lost has been restored. All is well. I was negligent in my duty. Kind of sounds like you were the one who stole it. There's something I've always wanted to ask you, Jer. You said you didn't want to use the writing knife to alter history, not even to change clerical errors. Why have you kept the knife around? Did you forget that you've already asked this question when you were 3 months on the job? You complained when I didn't allow you use the Arknights to correct errors. Is that so? I don't really remember. Have you forgotten about your original aspiration, now that the erroneous descriptions of yon elves has been addressed? No, I just... It's true that one should not pursue what lies in the past, but just as you and I have demonstrated, does that mean that we should ignore the errors of the past? Never mind trying to whitewash them. I've kept the knife so that people will remember that wrongs can always be righted. I understand. Nothing could be changed. Tearing the pages out, writing over the words, they all do nothing because the page is instantly restored to its original state. How could this be? How could this be? This is her power. She was not so difficult 100 years ago, when it was proposed that she should leave the Imperial Historical Cabinet and refrain from writing the histories directly. She did not complain, and indeed transferred the Skymere Pavilion of her own accord to work on reveals. She also reduced the number of courses she taught at the Academy, mostly working in an advisory capacity, similar to how June operates. But her photographic memory, enthusiasm for history, and her immortality were too much of a temptation to historians. It became their habit to seek the approval of the one who is never wrong, and she is happy to take on the work, reviewing documents and history. Today, nothing that passes through her hands can be altered without her approval. As for the writing knife that occupies so much of your mind, it was once an ordinary tool when Jaya first picked it up. After spending centuries by her side, it became capable of altering text without having to carve out bamboo. 200 years later, the writing knife accidentally erased a page from the veritable records of a true lung. Few, if any, ever perused those pages, and all who knew the subject were gone. And so, when a curious historian's hand slipped, no one could recall what the page held anymore. One reason was that no copies were made of the veritable records, but it's also true that Jaya's powers are growing. If the Sweet Regulator, or Jaya herself, chooses to erase a word, a sentence, or perhaps a memory from under heaven with it, it's well within the realm of possibility. The knife represents only a fragment of Jaya's powers. How fast are her own powers growing? The deeper Yon's history grows, the harder it will be to rein her in, for she is one with history. In another century or 10, as she continues to immerse herself in history, she will become more powerful, more terrible than even the bestial Sui itself. The long-lived candleholder stands dumbfounded, hardly able to comprehend what she has just heard. If that's all, I would turn to the Skymere Pavilion. Very well. Be careful. Wang? Are you alright? I'm fine. Wang, did you... Silence. They have grown used to this tacit understanding between them, in the long centuries that they have spent together. Jade clearly sees the emotions in his eyes. Flames of fury, well hidden, but burning nonetheless. It happened a century ago. I still remember the conflict that occurred because of the Rang knife. What is it that you want me to see this time? I thought you would charge recklessly into the dream and tear it apart. You call yourself a schemer. Do you not see how the seeds of your own end were already sown? The hearts of men are fickle. I don't need you to tell me. So you did not interfere in my power struggle against the True Lung. Does it matter that you know? You dug your own grave. I did not need to do anything. Besides, you have not seen the full picture of how the event led to her ultimate demise. The end is near. Are you ready? I described it as the two of them playing a convoluted game of Weiqi against each other, but I suppose something that's a little more accurate, a little more literal, is that he went into the Tomb of Sui and is battling out in a battle of wills, I suppose. Okay, let's see. So I could replace her with the other person, who I don't have any trust on.
Have your strategies plotted beforehand.
I'm gonna have to redo my
You should
autoplay
know how the battle will end
for stage
before it
5.
begins.
Two days before the day of the full moon, hour of high. Okay, so we're back to the present, I think. The man walks past rows of fallen bookshelves, trying to return the scattered books to where they should be. The earth's blessings have granted this stone to his people. The heavens' blessings shall bring an end to Sui. When this thousand-year river history, is it fate ordained by heaven and earth? Nothing more than coincidence. Lord Zhou and Miss Chen, it was they who brought the token to the Sky Mirror Pavilion today. Was it a coincidence, or... Hang on. Give it a moment. Oh, her again. It's mayhem. What happened? Someone joins him, stepping lightly, and bends to pick down a book from the ground. Mr. Liang? Miss Ning, why are you still here? Did you forget that I am an official of the Ministry of Rights? Neither of us should leave until all the civilians have been evacuated. You are quite right. Is the evacuation of the civilians complete? Essentially. Vaisao will soon separate. It is unsettling, is it not? Perhaps you want to ask how I knew you were here when you did not tell me about your demotion. Rain through the night, you say? Only fear that you may be cold. The man clears a little spot for the two of them to sit down. I wish I could remember their positions. He used to be the magistrate of a place, and I'm not quite sure what happened in the whole thing with Lumen. No, sorry, not Lumen. Yuman. Lumen is an operator. I don't remember what her position is. She's part of the Ministry of Rights, and she was higher positioned than she initially appeared to be. But I think that part is long past. It's been a long time since I last visited the Sky Mirror Pavilion. I suppose you used to frequent here, as did all the students of the Academy. I had a headache whenever I looked at the books stacked all the way to the ceiling. But now, I find here a place of rare peace, away from the troubles beyond. I heard about Mr. Ning. You have my deepest sympathies. My grandfather did what he felt was right. He would not have kept the secret for so long out of selfish interests. He did it to protect the younger generations too. And unfortunately, I can't remember who this Grandpa Ning is. I cannot reproach him, whether with reason or sentiment. Of course, he must also pay the price for his deeds. I see you have laid it down. Glad to see it. Was her grandfather... surely her grandfather wasn't the... I forgot what Lisa's position was, but her mentor. The old guy who just willingly got himself tossed in prison. Perhaps you misunderstand. I do not mean that I could lay it down easily. I cannot deny that my career benefited greatly from my grandfather's influence. Those on the outside would undoubtedly say that the House of Ning has fallen on hard times. I would not say this to anyone but you, Mr. Liang. You should not say that. I do not feel that any of your honors are undeserved. I trust you. But if you are the only one. My grandfather said that once one has passed the walls of the palace, one must not trust in others easily, and certainly not expect to be trusted easily. I listened, but it seems I forgot about it when I met you in Shangshu. I simply believe that I found a kindred spirit. You flatter me. You've always been like this. I admire your honesty and your sense of responsibility, but I hate how you make decisions by yourself and keep other people at a distance. But then I realize you would not be Liang Zun if everything you did was to my liking. I could no more reproach you than I could reproach my grandfather. Hello, Bugbear. Welcome in.
I'm just doing story reading today, but it's going slower than I thought. I cut it off a little before where I thought was a halfway point last time, but these last couple sections have been kind of long. There was especially one a little bit ago. Hope you're doing well, though. And let's see what you were playing today. On an unrelated note, these two seem to be caught up in, like, a court intrigue, but I do hope they end up together. I did like seeing them together. Ah, more Silksong, huh? How far along are you? I haven't actually played it myself, and I don't know how far along in the watch-along that I watch-along? How far along in the playthrough that I watch? Been meaning to play it. Eventually. I once thought that all I need to do was be fair, honest, diligent, and persevering. But the years have taught me how powerless I am. Your grandfather was right, but even more frightening is the thought that I could not even trust myself to keep my aspirations and ideals. I would not claim that everything I did was honest and upright, but you should not have been involved in the ones that were not. Is it my turn to comfort you with the words clear conscience? You and I have done all we could, along the path of justice that we believed in. Perhaps we are ultimately powerless to change anything. Perhaps this entire city will be no more when the sun rises tomorrow. Then, here and now, Glees, my conscience is clear. Oh, you came across the last judge. Close to Act 1 being done, huzzah! And your favorite pilgrim died horribly. Gosh, darn it. I'm pretty sure when most people saw that pilgrim, they were like, I love this character. And then a good portion of that same number of people thought to themselves, man, I hope this person doesn't meet a terrible fate. So I'll try not to complain too much, but here in Arknights, okay, so honestly, the last, like, bit of unsavory behavior was not as bad as I thought it would be, but I'm starting to get tired of how effed up the people in Arknights are. Like, it's like, imagine, like, the world is just, like, maybe they're just showing the world from the perspective of all the corrupt politicians, but, like, I'm starting to get sick of it. All these people who are just, like, selfish, who think they're better than other people, who are like, how dare you try to keep the records clean and accurate? You should be when I tell you to alter the records for the benefit of the country, you should do so. You know, it's getting a little frustrating. Like, that couple just there, they were not the first to talk about how it's hard to uphold justice in this country. And I feel like this has been something that's ongoing in, like, every country that shows up in this setting. Although I don't know if they've done that quite as much in the other countries. Like, last time we were in Colombia, which is basically Arknights America, people were trying to do a false flag attack so that the common people would be all angry and be clamoring for war. Shady American government and corporations are working together to get the American people pissed off to go to war. Sounds pretty typical, right? Here, Yan, Arknights China, is constantly just, like, failing at being just and fair, and I'm just like, is this just Arknights world being Arknights, or is this a jab at what China's like in real life? And of course you can't explicitly say that because China gets pissed off about stuff like that. Not just China. Apparently most countries other than America gets pissed off about their country getting depicted in a bad way. America just kind of laughs. You know, like, Raccoon City gets bombed, Tall Oaks gets bombed. They're not real countries, but even if they were, like, you know, places get blown up all the time. New York City gets bombed in Avengers, Alien Invasion. Other places get bombed, people get pissed off. If the singing one dies, you're quitting? Oh, wait, is that not the pilgrim? I actually can't remember what happened to the singing one. Okay, I thought that was your favorite pilgrim, but maybe I'm getting them mixed up. You remember hearing something about some king or royalty falling off a horse, and he spent his whole life trying to get that struck from the record. It's even more awkward here. Okay, so Arknights China has this problem. I'm not completely sure what causes to happen, but okay, so they had this powerful, vicious dragon in the past. For some odd reason, the dragon has been split into 12 people, and the dragon's consciousness is still threatening to come back. These 12 people are effectively immortal. They've been doing great strides for the country, and they have been kept under constant supervision. One of them, the one that's obsessed with keeping history accurate and clean, well, they're starting to fear her because apparently you can't alter the records without her approval. They apparently somehow got her kicked out of writing history, so now all she's doing is reviewing it. Without her permission, apparently you try to write over the historical records or tear it up or whatever, it just comes back. You cannot change history without her permission. So I don't know if the guy who was saying this actually wanted to deal with her in some way, but he was talking about how in like 100 years or maybe like 1,000 years, she might become more dangerous than the dragon that she was born from, because she's in control of the country's history. Also, she has this magic knife. Apparently it can be stolen fairly easily. If you scrape away something with a magic knife, it's as if it never existed. Whether it's from a piece of bamboo, paper, whatever, it just vanishes. And it seems like it might also alter history. Like, not just historical records. It might seem to alter... Like, it might seem to erase that thing's existence. To some extent. Yeah, I mean, I at this point, I get why they're concerned, but I still don't like it that they're trying to, like, you know, exploit her or, you know, use her power or angrily enter her office to demand that she... Well, not angrily. They didn't angrily do it until after she refused. I don't like it when officials enter her office and basically tell her to change the casualty number of 3,000 back to 100 as per the initial report, because it makes because this is a delicate time for the country and it makes the country look bad and could be demoralizing. She's just here to keep the facts straight. She's just checking other records, comparing the notes, and going, nope, this should be 3,000 people dead, not 100. And she's getting flack for that. Honestly, they should be grateful that someone who's this powerful is just focused on keeping history clean. But no, they all gotta do all this shady stuff. Now, unfortunately, countries are powerful in Arknights. Individuals may not be that scary. Okay, some individuals are terrifying. The way the power level seems to go is that you have ordinary soldiers, like ordinary soldiers, mafia, whatever, like actual soldiers, not just like gangsters. Actual soldiers. Above them, you have like most of the Arknights operators. So the main organization, the player organization for Arknights, actually does not show up in most of these stories. Most of these are scattered stories. You have people affiliated with the organization, but they're not actually here. But the random various operators from a place called Rhodes Island, kind of like the state, but with an S at the end of Rhodes, so Rhodes Island. Well, they do have some rather crazy legendary figures there, as well as instructors and veterans from various countries' militaries. So they're actually pretty well trained. So you have those people next, and then above them are the truly insane people, you know, like the people who like pull off like Lord of the Rings Sauron, you know, one swing of the mace and 5 people die kind of dealio. There are some truly absurd individuals out there. But yeah, so Rhodes Island is full of elites, full of people with good intentions. But the problem is that they're trying to maneuver about with all these different nations around. And stuff is always kind of effed. So I guess that there's an issue with like these 12, but I feel like if these 12 really want to, they could just take over the country, or at least leave. It would cause a lot of trouble, but I feel like they could leave. But maybe enough of them love enough of this country that they're staying. Also, she's the girl in question is very
Very kind. It's her siblings that can get a little more ticked off. Her older brother apparently interfered with a major project, and also that girl, I think she might be dead in the present day, so she might already be dead. But her brother, when he found out that they were giving her trouble and stealing her knife because she refused to alter history, he apparently messed with their supply lines. There was a major project, and he was basically showing how easily he could interfere with it all. Of course, the Emperor took that as a bit of a challenge, but the young, ambitious Emperor actually let it go. I totally thought he was going to kick up more of a fuss and, you know, make everything go terrible. But so far, he seems to have just let it go. Yeah, it's all kinds of crazy. But I mean, okay, so Arknights is all sorts of crazy. Like, Arknights China has this dragon problem. Arknights Spain has a Cthulhu problem. Apparently, Atlantis is somewhere in that area of the world, and seems like they're still alive and kicking. They are also dealing with the Cthulhu problem. To the north, Russia is completely effed, but it seems like the Imperial Guard might be harnessing the power of demons from the far, far north. What else is going on? I can think of a couple of things. Although the most noteworthy thing I can think of is that the Vatican seems to be filled with angels who like guns and explosions. You apparently get a permit to blow up a street if you fix it better than before. There's actually other stuff going on with the Arknights Vatican, but yeah, let's just leave it like that. I didn't actually finish reading the latest event there. There's so many events. I'm so behind so many events. I'm so behind. One of the unfortunate side effects about Arknights Vatican is that it seems to be perfectly cool for the angel people to be there. But if you got someone who came from another place and he's like begging for help, they'll be like, "Oh, you're welcome because you're one of us. But I'm sorry, your friends can't your friends can't benefit from our city's bounty." You know, like that kind of dealio. Dude came basically across the lands for help. They're like, "Oh yeah, we'll set you up. Can't help your friends, so sorry." Except I don't completely understand what's going on, because I'm pretty sure that guy went on like a terrorist streak. Put one of his friends in a coma, made one of his other friends fall. Apparently bad things happen to angels who shoot each other. Left the last member of their team pissed off because she wasn't there when all happened. And like, I'm like, what the F did you do there? Like, why did you do that? Did they ever explain this? If they have, I haven't caught it. There's so much going on. Okay, anyway, back to the story. The night is deep. The ancient library has kept some old rules. All is quiet, except the passage of time. They hold each other's hands tightly in their own. The desolate pond lies wrinkled by the wind. Beneath the crumbling eaves, no voices remain. One can still recall those days with green sashes and red plumes in their splendor. Oh, that was the end of the section, wasn't it? Oh, no, it wasn't. You know, so one little concern. So I know that a lot of my regulars aren't really here for the story reading. And the fact that I'm like streaming this and like talking about my thoughts as well means that I'm babbling a lot. So this isn't like a straight story reading. Not only that, I'm not great with voices and accents and all that. So it's I don't know. These kind of things, like I always want to do more story readings, but I always felt like I was kind of like half-arsed all around, you know. It's not the best pure story reading because I keep interrupting myself with random thoughts. It's not the most entertaining stream because most people aren't here for the convoluted lore. And I haven't even like read all the stories. Part of the story reading is to get myself to spend time on actually catching up with the story. Or not catching up, but at least not falling further behind. But yeah, it's a little awkward all around. Which I feel is a little unfortunate. Although there was one time I tried to read a Lovecraft book. And it was just like, I didn't even finish the thing, but it was just like 6 continuous hours of reading. I wasn't even like really voicing my thoughts on it. It was a bit of a doozy. Script geists appear to be appearing less frequently. Could be that you were right and these geists were the breathing of the bestial sui? I told you so, you just won't believe me. Whatever the reason, this is our opportunity to head for the top. I wonder, she could be stuck in NPC jail? But her style looks like it would totally be a playable character. So this is the Skymere Pavilion's restricted area. I'm constantly stuttering, Bugbear. Constantly. I hate it. Even people who don't notice it so much, I stutter so much. I sputter over unrelated words, I say ums and ers. Like, even if I'm not reading, it just happens so much. She looks like someone who stands behind a paywall. No, we have some crazy designs in this. Man, you should see one of the other dragon siblings. She has a completely different color palette from everyone else. She's like in like pearly pastel colors. Although I'm not sure if you've actually seen any of the siblings yet, so let me keep reading so you can actually see some of them. What are you planning? These guys turn back into words when they're defeated. Say, if they're transformed from the secret tomes of the Skymere Pavilion, would defeating them reveal the secrets of Yon that are usually kept hidden? You dare? No sudden moves! Let me see what secrets the words form. What is this? It makes no sense. The top 3 floors of the Skymere Pavilion are off limits. We only enter because we have an important mission. Refrain from doing anything unnecessary. You still won't admit that you're already in on this? Your deceptive words mean nothing. I know what I'm doing. There's a lot that you don't know. This building began as a public library, one of the first buildings to be completed after Baizhou became a nomadic city, but there was no such thing as a restricted area at the time. Then, 120 years ago, the death of the proxy affected tons of history books, causing their text to become unreadable. Oh crap. Okay, so she wasn't just keeping stuff from being unalterable. Her dying apparently also affected the history books. Oh, for a little bit of context, the guy in the dark clothes is part of the government branch specifically meant for dealing with the dragon. This girl in white is apparently a terrorist who might be working for a rival entity who might be the same species as the dragon. Like, I'm not sure a dragon is actually a species in the setting. Let's see, don't they all have different color schemes? Shu's like white, Ling is blue, Dust teal. Yeah, I mean, they have different colors, but have you seen like just how different June looks? Like, she uses a completely different color palette. You know, it's a little bit like you see a Power Ranger team where, you know, you have the usual like red, blue, and green and or black depending on the team, pink, yellow maybe. And then you see a guy who comes in and looks like he's like wearing like it looks like his suit is made of diamonds and like glittery like glittering diamonds, you know, like diamond if you have a whole lot of lights shining on it. And then the actual like metal parts of his stuff isn't just like silvery plastic, but it's like actual like, I was gonna say 24 karat gold, but I mean gold is pretty well dense also. Oh, but kind of soft, easily scratched. It's a little bit like if everyone else had like solid, vivid, darker colors, and then one person comes in like pastel blues and pinks. You know, it's not like the vivid pink of like the Pink Ranger. It's like a more pearly color. Exactly. Red Ranger, Blue Ranger, Green Ranger, Gucci Ranger. I feel like Dust Teal comes from a similar palette. Ah. No, you say so. The Sky Regulator wanted to dig deep, but the number of books was enormous, so the Skymere Pavilion has set aside space up top for the Sweet Regulator's research. Decades pass. When the discussion and the turmoil had almost settled, the place became a warehouse for dusty old books. Some restricted zone. Why would be sealed off from public view if it held any actual knowledge? You do know a lot. Just a little bit more than you. The things you speak of should not be secrets to the Sweet Regulator, but I have not heard them before. That's because everyone's hiding stuff from you. Bureaucracy. studies have been inadequate. This is what I hate about you. Always stiff, always by the book. Was that white hair pair we met in Mangshan town a friend of yours? You mean Yun Qingping? Yeah, that's the name, I think. He couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag, and looked like a stiff wind could blow him over, but he was a quick thinker. Talking to him was kind of interesting. Why don't you learn a thing or two from him? I know Yun's smart. I don't need you to lecture me. Now you start to drop the official tone and sound like a human being. Why did you join this Shanghai Zong, Mo Yi? What answer do you want to hear? You want me to tell you I had a difficult childhood, drifted into the Shanghai Zong, and I'm looking for a chance to repent and mend my ways? Doesn't that sound a little cliche? I wasn't. Say whatever you want. Of course, the Shanghai Zong who murder and pillage are villains. They deserve to die. But I hate hypocrites even more. Those people who look like they'll die if they stop flaunting their high and mighty morals for a single moment. They think they're better than everyone else the moment they come out of their mama's tummy. Frauds. What I really want to know is, why are you so sure that this thing from the Garden of Grotesqueries will stop a war between Yan and Sui? You've been with the Sui regulator for a while, but you've never wondered about their mostly guarded secret. Why did that proxy die? Looks like it's not that you're not curious. It's that curiosity has you to no answers. That's the problem, isn't it? Why would this have become a secret if the Sui regulator was really so just and upright? Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this, Sorties, but it looks like Qian has a relative here, and she thought that that side of her family was dead. I am also not entirely certain which side of the family the Qian comes from. I assume it's her father, but I don't actually know for sure. The reason why I assume this is because it seems like her mother was the princess of the country, but then which side does she share a parent with Tallulah? I have no idea. What's the matter? No, it's nothing. Did you not hear any of that? You're so weird. You've been staring into blank space for a while now. Did those guys give you a concussion? Don't suppose there's anything I could do about that. Oh, this is where the story started. She was listening to those two entities talk inside her head while she was asleep. You want all these characters to be playable. Well, the one on the left is? I just haven't been able to pull her. I'm not sure the one on the right could fight. Then again, like the character that Mo Yi said couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag, I think he's a healer character. I think we do have access to him. Thanks, I'm not quite. I just feel like I've been here before. You said you dreamt about this place before. Were you dreaming just now? Perhaps. I thought I heard two people arguing, something about justice, but I'm not sure. You must be hearing things. It's mostly ancient history books here. Maybe there's a clue to what's going on here, but justice? That's one thing you won't find. They seem to be saying that justice doesn't exist, tangibly. That's true enough. Never mind that, let's get searching. Maybe you'll find your father's books here. His books? Here? Talk about forgetting one's roots. But I suppose it's not your fault. You didn't grow up in Baizhou, and these things didn't really have anything to do with you. I thought you would be angry at me. You know, this little girl, I don't know how this little girl is related to her. She seems like she's older, almost like she's like her aunt or something like that, but I don't actually know. I am angry, but I realize I shouldn't take it out on you. Never mind. Miscellaneous morals from Baizhou Suyang. Yes, this one dates back several generations. You want this Chen sister, Jun, Jie, Chun, they all look great. This is potentially spoiler territory, but we only have one Arknights operator who's actually dead, right? And I'm not talking about Civilite Eterna. There's a reason why she's Civilite Eterna and not Teresa. They imply that something happened to Bigo. You know, I'm just gonna say it. Sorry for anyone who might be watching and counting spoilers. Calcet. In the current story, I think Calcid is gone. I don't know if she's dead, but she's definitely gone, and Monster seems to have taken her role. So, Jia is also dead. She's been dead for 120 years, according to what they were just talking about a while ago. So I don't think she'll become a playable character. And June, there's a high likelihood. It seems like they're making all the siblings playable. But Jia, I don't know. Unless they bring her back somehow. She is not human, after all. They're giving us Calcid too. Okay, that is... You know, maybe she's not dead. Considering that no Arknights operator seems to be dead. Like, other games that they have characters who die and are still playable characters. But, yeah, you're right. If they're giving us Calcid too... Maybe, is it possible it's a previous version of Calcid? Do you remember if this version of Calcid has access to Monster? Because if not, then... I mean, if she... Well, We don't know if Calcid always had Monster, because I didn't read that part of the story, so I don't know what Monster exactly is. Vigo's dead. What? Says who? Some of the altars of the other 3 stars operators imply that something happened to Vigo, but they didn't explicitly say. Oh dear. Okay, so it looks like characters might actually be up and gone. But yeah, we're getting a lot of unusual characters as playable characters, but like Kristen Wright isn't playable, Teresa in her original form isn't playable. I don't know if Tallulah will ever become playable. Frost Nova, same. The people rejoiced as the new emperor took the throne. They put up white banners like clouds and held rites in remembrance of the previous emperor's virtue. But their hearts were hopeful, confident that an era of greatness was upon us, and the nation's peace secure. This is from a century ago, when the last true Lung took the throne. Wait, so you're saying the current emperor has been on the throne for... No, when the last true emperor, or the true Lung. So this one has not been in power for even a century. Although the last one, so I don't know was when the last one took power or not, but with the whole incident with Jia, she didn't die then. But that was a emperor who took up the throne at the age of 17. That's a long time ago. Does that have anything to do with what we're investigating? The last true Lung's accomplishments were numerable. Transformation of Baizhou into a nomadic city, as well as the Sky Mirror Pavilion, were completed under his decree. Not that either of us were around back then, although I suppose he would be your grandfather. Right. I keep forgetting that. If Qian's mother is a princess, then that means that Qian herself is as well. Calcid too has a monster-like thing in her art, but it's not monster. Interesting. Okay. They make a note that Cal 2 can heal OG Cal's monster. Huh. Maybe it's monster, but with a 2 instead of a 3? Look at this foreword. Talking about sucking up to the powerful. The county records from around Baizhou and the demographic records of Baizhou itself all paint a picture that's far less rosy. In the end, only one person's accomplishments remain. Same old story no matter where you are, I guess. And it's kind of strange to hear from a close blood relative of that emperor. When the city of Baizhou was completed, the emperor ordered the tomes of all the archives to be gathered in a single place. The scholars worked by candlelight, collecting fragments and tales, validating the facts and compiling them, so that the scattered records are whole again. That's strange. The Imperial Historical Cabinet's efforts to collect the scattered histories happened after the death of the proxy, more than a decade before Baizhou was built. But the ambiguous way it's written. The older generations were always stringent about scholarship. Why would they make such a mistake? Could it be that even what little they left behind was altered and rewritten? Qian Huitia is not listening to her companion's muttering. She is on guard for any unusual movement around them. She wanted to tell... How the fuck do you read this name? She wanted to tell her relative to get moving, but she had a hard time saying it, seeing the sad look on her face. I never asked you, what happened to your family? The one that were in Baizhou? The Qians were a family of historians. They were well regarded, but not illustrious. They generally stayed out of conflict and politics, other than the occasional offense that they inevitably caused in the course of their work as historians. All I remember is that my father said it was as though the sky had fallen when the family learned about the marriage arrangement with the princess. That cousin was the only unmarried man in the family. He and everyone else knew how dangerous it was, but they were in no position to refuse. The rest was history. Princess Yanjing died in Lungmen, and my cousin passed away soon after. His Imperial Majesty did not punish our family, but rumors of strife took on a life of their own. You can imagine what happened to us when everyone decided our house had mistreated the princess. The cousin passed away too. Why would they think that the house mistreated her? Maybe they thought the house mistreated them both? Who knows? That's not what Mother wanted. I doubt it was Wei Yanwu's intention either. I was very young then. All I saw was... the elders were always sighing when they came back from the morning assembly. Many fell ill out of sheer worry. Brothers and sisters stopped communicating with one another. Everything was shrouded in gloom, but I didn't wonder why. Father moved from place to place, selling off the family's belongings, and we finally left Baizhou altogether. Yet he never once told me the reason. As for what happened after, you know, there was a time after becoming Magistrate of Water here in the Sky Mirror Pavilion, when I thought I couldn't let the family tradition of history die with me. I didn't complain about the job. Most of the position's responsibilities had been replaced by machines anyway. AI stealing our jobs! Although in her case it looks like the AI made the job easier. My colleagues were not the friendliest lot, had little interest in political backstabbing. Someone summarizing Chinese spoilers on Beagle. In short, dead but not quite. Physical body is consumed by the black flow and is dead. Her conscious, however, existed in the black flow force, taking form of a small orange-yellow creature. There's also a bunch of hints we might see her again. What is the black flow? Is that Originium? Beagle has become a mascot character? They're setting her up to return. Maybe. She seemed like a sweet girl. You keep pulling her because she's a 3-star, and every time they do, like, I get to hear that line again about how she didn't do so well in her internship, but she's willing to give her all, and I'm just like... I just see that, I'm just... I don't know. Got some mixed feelings in there. Part of me is like, I'm sure you do just fine, girl. Sure, you're a 3-star. Won't be using you much. I'm sure you did just fine. I had time on my hands, so I thought I would start my family's history. It was because the Magistrate of Water's rank was too low. I felt like I had stumbled into a thick fog, getting more lost with every step I took. I knew my family didn't do anything wrong, but all the records I could find denounced us for our arrogance, our abuses. I tracked down the ones who were still alive, tried to ask them what they knew, but they couldn't get away fast enough when they learned I'm of the Qian family and the Chao generation. The few who were willing to see me said a bunch of apologetic words in officialese, but refused to tell me anything about the truth of what happened. I spent 10 years on this, until I even started to believe it myself, that the House of Qian got what it deserved for denouncing the princess, or for mistreating the princess. But I know it wasn't true. What am I? What is the House of Qian? What were your dead parents? What is history? All I know is that history should be a record of the truth. That's what justice means to me. As for the family history you want to know, to tell the truth, my parents died when I was very young. I don't remember much about them. And Wei Yanwu was... Wei Yanwu. It's hard for me to explain to people who my parents were. Sometimes I pass off the image of Wei Yanwu as my father's, just to make things simple. I don't ever remember my mother smiling. I don't remember very many positive things about my father. I just can't imagine how it feels to have your life determined entirely by other people, by those baseless things like responsibility and honor. It's not fair to you, it's not fair to them. Is life fair and just to anyone? Someone once said to me that the justice we seek is not in the past, but that doesn't mean we should forget about it. Oh, right. Shoot, that was just the first half of the thing. Man, there is so much reading to get through. Might have to wait till next week to finish it, but next week we've got the EX stages. Actually, technically we have the EX stages tomorrow, but I'm not streaming this tomorrow. Streaming more, Elden Ring tomorrow.
Good scenery here, Doctor.
Black Flow is IS7. That doesn't explain what the Black Flow is, though. And heck, I don't even know what's completely going on with all the other ISs. Some of them are what-if scenarios. Most of them are actual places. Well, actually, I can't even say that for a fact, because, like, IS5 was like a jumble of stories and what could have been. So I guess it's still what-ifs, but it's more like stuff in the mind. IS6 seems to be canon, but like even like the repeated runs seem to be canon. When Leitza, Yoon or whatever his name was, and Jolea came out of it, they commented, especially Jolea, commented as if they'd been through many different iterations of it. What?
Ooh, almost dozed off.
What am I looking at here?
Today, little apple.
What is this? Okay, that is bizarre. She doesn't have range, right? Yeah, maybe she needs to generate some stuff.
Flowers imbibe. The lady in suit and tie dance with her blade.
Magma will dredge up Originian veins. Keep your distance.
Sounds like Black Flow's spooky Amazon rainforest. But we've been to the Amazon rainforest. It was the nicest place in this whole gosh darn setting.
Your last words.
I have to get serious now.
Well, I say Amazon rainforest, but I think Sargon is supposed to be like Africa. So probably not Amazon.
Need speed to succeed.
They will cough up some
Well,
useful
it's weird because it's no, Africa's not quite right. It's like Sargon is like the Middle East, but the rainforest portion could be the Amazon. So sorry, I don't know why I said Africa. It's close to it, I guess. Egypt? Is Egypt technically in Africa? Sorry, I should know this stuff. Egypt's kind of a major country. Can any of these other characters even fight?
Melt away. Life-depriving stone.
I don't even know what this guy's doing here. I thought this was the one that's flying in. What is the guy even doing? The Black Flow is a geographical region on the Terran continent, located between southern Bolivar and the Voivare Alliance of Sargon. Huh, I didn't realize that they had their own little place in Sargon there. I guess that they did imply that the... well... I forgot who it was. Someone was talking to, I think, Liskarn about... Was it Liskarn? Might have been someone else. Might have been... It was one of the Voivars. It might have been
bagpipe, but I doubt it. Bagpipe's all about Victoria. They said something about their homeland. I actually don't exactly know the geographical map. I just know that Higashi is to the east because like that's literally what Higashi means. I'm trying to remember the name of any of the countries right now. Ursus is to the north. Pretty sure Colombia is to the west. And I'm blanking on the south right now. Anyway, let's see. Okay, so it is near Sargon, at least. Huge, lush tropical rainforest. Unlike typical jungle, black flows filled with towering trees, forming canopy that blocks almost all sunlight, choking the rainforest in darkness. Huh, that is... Wait, isn't that just a rainforest? Best described as a moving living being. A sort of black flow of yet unknown principle flows through the rainforest.
Why the rush? The road to the afterlife is crowded enough.
Gather around me, guys!
You know, I suddenly remembered. So the last event, which I did not read, took place in
Who
Minos.
takes joy in the fall?
Everyone was expecting more Minos operators, and I guess technically we did get technically we got some, but like the poster child for that event was a Sargon operator. Didi, like she looks like she's from Sargon, not from Minos.
Great shift of step. Separate all falsity.
What does it mean that unknown? Weren't you the one who? I remember there was another statement that I thought didn't feel right to me, but then you just rearranged it in a way that made perfect sense. Like, this is just saying that there is a black flow going through the rainforest. The flow itself has unknown principles. When I see the flow, I assume it's something like a river or stream or like flowing mist. Like sort of like visible, like a visible wind with a pattern. But as for the properties, I mean, they could be fooking anything, right? We've seen the other ISs.
I have to get serious now.
Heck, after IS-4, like, I kind of assumed there was some weird stuff like that.
Remember, patience makes perfect.
With flash of hope, extinguish all suffering.
Maybe principles is the wrong word. Maybe like maybe it would make more sense if they said properties. So yeah, you know, now that you say that, yeah, I don't know what principle is supposed to mean either.
Remove all absurdity.
Like, I'm wondering why they said principles instead of properties. Kind of implies something.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, it was just surprising because I remember. Well, I mean, I guess it's just a different. Like, we just look at sentences different ways, but like, I remember there was a previous sentence that bothered me, but you just rearranged stuff in a way that made sense. So I figured you'd just do the same thing here. Although in this case, I don't know how. I guess it is a difference of perspective because I feel like that's like the best way to structure it. Like, how would you restructure that sentence? A sort of black flows through the rainforest, comma, of yet unknown principles. I feel like that doesn't fit together as well. A black flow of unknown principle flows through the rainforest. If you were to say that it was unknown principles flowing through the rainforest, wouldn't it be a sort of black flow of yet unknown principles flowing through the rainforest? No, that wouldn't make sense as a sentence either. How would you say it the other way around? Unknown principles flow through the rainforest as a sort of black flow. And that's probably how I'd arrange it if I want to make it so the unknown principles were the ones flowing through the rainforest. And this is why I can't get anything writing done. I can never get more than a page these days. I have not gotten more than a page of writing done in years. I think this is Jolette's father, right? It's been a while since we've seen him. The aging general stands silently in the tent, like a brick on an ancient wall. Behind him is the military map that he has drawn 1,000 times in his mind. Before him is the faint silhouette of Baizhou. The reign of the Heartlands is unfamiliar to one used to the sands of the frontier. The clouds hang low, suffocatingly so. The general's thoughts drift away. You're the new commander of Human, I take it? You call me Shul. My responsibility is to assess you in military matters as well as kung fu instruction for the soldiers. And take you around the base if you'd like. You don't remember me. I saw your name in the Imperial Court's announcement. What do you mean by remember? Never mind. I don't need a guide. I served in Human before. I see. Forgive my impudence. It seems we are old comrades. The memories tend to fade after all these years in the border. Forgive me if I've caused any offense. Memories faded, I see. Interesting. Get yourself warmed up. I want to spar. You've had a long journey. You should rest. I'd be happy to spar with you another day. You're semi-primed for the unknown principles because you've been reading Three Body Problem, and we got to a part where they're talking about alien civilization that's utilizing the laws of physics as weapons. Two-dimensionalizing their enemies. So you were kind of thinking flow of unknown principles in that area. There's a flow that causes reality, physics itself to get effed up. I mean, they could still apply, but it seems like it's the black flow that is causing those unknown principles that could be messing with reality. I guess in the end, both our interpretations just kind of converge on the same thing. There are unknown principles in there. Although, I guess I would replace the word principles with properties, so my interpretation was slightly different. I feel like this might be semantics at this point. So in my case, I felt like it was black flow of unknown properties, so that's a little different. However, if this is your question, then wouldn't it be what sort of unknown principles are there? Or what are the unknown principles? Saying what does unknown principles means, it's a little bit like if I said what does unknown properties means. It means we don't know the properties. It sounds like it's less that you're asking what unknown principles means with quotation marks around unknown principles, and more as if you're asking what the principles are. So again, this might just be semantics, but I felt like you were asking a slightly different question. I don't need to rest. I want to get some exercise before dinner. We should go no further, General. The supply lines and the troops' morale have been stretched to the limit. We cannot afford to be reckless when fighting demons. To push forward would be very risky. We're so close! It's already a remarkable victory, General. The demons of the north feed on the fear in men's hearts. This is the first time I've seen a general press on without fear, even with the entire army's fate upon your shoulders. Huh. So apparently Yan is closer to the north than I thought, if they are dealing with versus his demons. There's nothing to fear. These things have harmed our people, ruined cities and farms. I only wish we could have wiped them out in this battle. Give me 20 years, I swear I'll see all the demons wiped out. I no doubt you will, sir. I doubt anything under heaven could daunt you. What about you? You seem indomitable, invincible. Have you ever been afraid? Transfer. My appointment to human was for 100 years. It's time to leave. And the sweet regulator didn't tell me anything about the personnel change. They're getting more and more out of line. Why are you leaving now? Trouble is stirring in the northwest. We need you more than ever. Perhaps our time together has made you forget. I've never held any official position in human. Where are you going? Danyan? Michu? I think I'll be stepping away, fully, from my responsibilities. Why? Communications from the candleholders watching the Tomb of Sui have become increasingly frequent. Its awakening approaches. It would not be appropriate for me to shoulder important responsibilities at this time. My human is strong and well equipped. You'll perform his duty well, whether protecting Great Yan's northwestern border or any other purpose. Where are you going after you leave? The Jianghu world is big. There are plenty of places to go. Report. Have the scouts returned? Not yet, sir. And we have received no instructions from Baizhou in the past 3 days. The Sui regulators should be communicating with human, regardless of what is happening in the Tomb of Sui. Send out messengers. Sir, they're forcing their way in. What is the meaning of this? General Zhou? It's most irregular to invade my tent like this, even for the military supervisory censor. On whose orders are you operating? The Grand Commandant has sent me to question you on the unnecessary delay. Ridiculous! Human has been on full alert since it received the order to mobilize. There has been no delay. Have you forgotten that Human has received orders to receive a Baizhou by the last day of July at the beginning of the year, but arrived 3 days late? What is this, if not a delay? Human was struck by a catastrophe at the beginning of the year, and the repairs took 2 months. The Imperial Court must have known. Silence! I take responsibility for Human's delay. Did you come to strip me of command, then? You know the Grand Commandant thinks highly of you. Apparently not, if this kind of BS is going on. But it seems now that you do not trust the Grand Commandant. Such words are inappropriate for a solemn place like this. Kindly instruct Human to travel 20 li in the direction of the Tomb of Sui. Humans are as close as allowed to be under standby. Why should we approach any closer? The situation in the Tomb of Sui is yet unclear. Are you saying that Human should attack? Your duty is to obey. There is no need to question. What is His Imperial Majesty's will? Are you questioning your orders, General Zhou? I cannot abide such questionable orders. You will not accept your orders, and I must ask you to leave this tent. How dare you! Stop! My presence here represents the will of the Grand Commandant. All you need to do is obey. Even if His Imperial Majesty's questions, he can find no fault in your actions. If His Imperial Majesty questions, something is already wrong, you imbecile. The Bishop Sui is awakening. War is inevitable. You still intend to defy orders and paralyze Human with inaction. We are at a crisis. The lives of millions hinge on your decision, including your wife and son, who are still in the Baizhou city. How dare you! Not us, you, General. According to the estimates of the Ministerial War, Baizhou will be doomed as long as you continue to defy orders, and Human remains unmoving. I don't like this. This is all sorts of suspicious. The guy comes in, immediately says, and immediately accuses him of unnecessary delays, and then orders him to march in a place where he's never been told to go before. This guy is a nobody. For something that's important, you summon someone important to give the orders. Maybe this guy is important, I don't know, but he's a nameless, faceless peon. And, like, it's all well and good to say, like,
to say, like, you're doing this for your family, but the way he's phrased it was as if they're threatening his family. Threatening to kill his family. Plus, we know that in Baizhou, they are currently being attacked by monsters. The more this guy talks, the more suspicious it gets. So Ortiz, the impression I got, and I could be wrong, but the impression I got was that you immediately picked the second one. You weren't asking whether or not it was one or the other. You said that it was the second one. You were asking what principles were flowing. That was my impression. You might disagree with this, but I think I'm done with this topic. There's no time. We will wait here until you come to a decision. I really don't think she's the same color palette as Dus. Or if it's the same color palette, then there's some other word I'm looking for here. It's too different. Like, Dust's green might be a lighter green, but she doesn't have that much green on her. She still has, like, she still has whites, and her hair is black. This lady, she's got, like, this pearly shade to her clothes. Especially right here. Right here, along her arms. I suppose the purple is fairly vivid, but I don't know. There's like this like pearlescent shade to it, the whole thing that makes it feel different. Maybe it's the balance of this like vaguely pinkish white against the purple, against the two different kinds of purple. Like this is more indigo, I want to say. Indigo? No, indigo is more blue. What is this? This is more violet, I guess. More purple, more violet. It's got this whole pearly color, just like putting everything together. This coat is very Arknights though. Only Arknights would have this kind of like flowing outfit, this kind of like almost celestial look to it, and then have what looks like a leather jacket. Okay, who's talking here? I can't remember who this is. Is it familiar? It has changed, but is still recognizable as the court that judges all matter under heaven. Why have you come back at this time, when you have not done so for so many years? I have an appointment that I cannot miss. But you took the time to come to the Judicial Review Office. Did you want to see your supervisor if your successors have disappointed you? My views are insignificant. The Judicial Review Office should only think about not disappointing the people of Yan. One of the deputy ministers resigned recently. It's a shame. You would have liked her. I hope she didn't resign because she was disappointed. Hard to say. Do you still play the Guqin? Guqin? How do you read that? Never forget the 5 sounds, for they ensure proper virtue. I've also been trying out new instruments recently. I see. More pleasant than studying the laws of Yan, I expect. It's an interesting discipline. I read the basic principles of the laws of Yan that you left behind many times, but I could never understand the last third. I spent so much time studying it that I almost failed on my Ministry of Justice entrance exam. Maybe I would have become a candle holder. It took many years for me to understand. The justice that you wrote about lay beyond the mortal realm. So she seems to have quit her old job, probably after her sister died. Wonder what she's up to now. Just as one cannot draw what one has never seen, one cannot write about conscience that does not yet exist in their hearts. If justice is nowhere to be seen in the mortal realm, then one must consider, has someone blinded her eyes? You still bear a grudge for what happened back then. Should I not? What about the people who died in the turmoil? The innocent souls who were dragged into the game? Should they bear a grudge against him? Yes, they should. Then how do you seek a fair judgment for it? You forget. Not one law of Yon was written for the sole purpose of resolving hatred. It is someone else who should be judged. Looks like you're not worried about what will happen to your brother in the tomb of Sui. You're more worried about the judgment he'll receive. Justice has never been concerned with life and death. He and I seek different things. You're right, but at a time like this, I can't help but feel... Law and regulations are written by humans, but the supreme law in your heart that transcends the strife of the moral realm may never be found there. But just this once, if the time comes that we put the sinner on trial, I will put you in the judge's chair. Why would you do that? What is the point of that? You're correct. And it's been a long time since I judged anyone. I take my leave. There's no rush, is there? Join me in a cup of mortal tea before you leave. Oh? It takes mortal hands to make and serve the best mortal tea, after all. Now tell that to you. I'm pretty sure I could cook anything better than you silly mortals can. Skymere Pavilion's bigger than I thought. That's the sealed room on the top floor, right? How about someone knocks on the door and figures out how to open it? There's no one here. I think we're the first. There's one thing that I don't quite understand, Jolais. If the Grand Commandant's after the Proxy's relic, I takes it that he knows how to use it to neutralize the Bistro Sui. He is one of the 3 Grand Ministers. If he made plans to obtain it, then he has certainly made plans to use it. I even find myself wondering, if someone takes the opportunity to erase another Proxy's name with the writing knife while Wang is fighting Sui. But what does all this have to do with Wei Yinwu? The Grand Commandant wouldn't have needed the writing knife if he was that powerful. He could have gone to the tomb of Sui and killed Sui with his own bare hands. What ideas do you have then? I didn't really care about you and your official stuff, but I have a pretty good idea what's going on after listening to you guys talk. Basically, the Crown Prince who went missing 40 years ago after being suspected of staging a coup is back. Am I right? Do not speak of it so casually. Yeah, I'm not wasting my time arguing with you. Basically, there's another direct descendant of the Trulung here in Baizhou. That explains everything. What are you getting at? IS-6 is allowing seated runs at the moment? I saw that the option was there. I kind of assumed it would be gone when that reward track disappeared. Speaking of which, I didn't get all of it because I didn't touch IS-6 up until like 5 minutes before the end, and it wasn't fast enough. And I seem to have maybe, and normally it's enough just to do the daily mission, so I might have forgot to claim a daily reward or something. I don't know. But what does the seated run actually mean? Like, usually like seeds for something like this makes it so that all the random variables are already fixed in place, but like I'm trying to figure out like what exactly, like how exactly does a seed benefit me? Like, am I supposed to look up a guide somewhere? I can't say about IS-6, but I want to say the other ISs, the first shop that you get to is fairly consistent. Like, maybe it's just the last IS I did, which I can't even remember which one, but I felt like there was always an IS at roughly the same node. By roughly the same node, I mean like it was like there was a variation of like maybe one node at most. Although if there's a event that gives you loss of ingots, that could definitely be good. I doubt I'm gonna maybe be playing it very much though, and if I do play it, I'll probably be playing it seriously, not just like, I mean, I'll be throwing ingots in there as well, but I'm not likely to do like runs just to throw ingots in there. Pick certain squad, refresh the first node, always gives you plus 20 something ingots. Okay, that is tempting. That is tempting. Have you never heard of the special ordinium under Baizhou that used to express Sui? Miss Chen hears from Lungman, so it's understandable that she doesn't know. But you two should, unless it's above your rank. Do you mean... The Earth's blessings have granted the stone to its people. Heaven's blessing shall bring an end to Sui. A legend associated with the Great Hunt. I thought it was a myth, maybe some kind of allegory. All I know is that the tomb of Sui was built around a special facility. Alright, I guess you don't know. Why do you know? I guess the Sui regulator left no record of who gave Yon this originium either. It was our Grandmaster, Ju's first friend, and the first Shanghai Zong. To be precise, it was a personal gift to the Trulong, meaning... You love that for any game, you know there's always super smart people who will find ways to break things. You know, I think I mentioned this before, but that actually saddens me. Like, other people are happy about breaking stuff. Me, like... I want... I don't want there to be a, this is the optimal way to do things. I think I've literally never got 500 in gut investment in any IS, even the ones I used to play a lot. When 500. Don't you have to do that like 100? Wait, let's see. So 250. 25. Is it only? Is it 25 runs? What does 500? What does the 500 in gut investment even get you? Oh. Yeah. I guess I've been kind of annoyed at Ridian's thing, just like taking up space there in my daily and weeklies and stuff. It keeps telling me that there's something to do there. I'm just like, no, it's never gonna happen. I haven't beaten a single run of IS. Well, have I beaten one run? No, I've beaten one run of IS6, I think. Hey Yoshi, welcome in. I've been trying to do the story reading, but it's been going slow. Also been getting distracted left and right by stuff. Yeah, I suppose, like, I don't know, there's something feels rotten. Like, even though, like, this might be the efficient way to do it, like, doesn't it just, like, annoy you guys that this is something that you have to, like, sit through and, like, do this thing 25 times to make up for an arbitrary requirement? Like, and like you guys are happy that there's a way to deal with it. I'm just annoyed that this is even a thing at all. Like, that you have to, like, invest 500 ingots, that you have to use a seed to make it viable, that you have to go in and do it 25 times even when you find an exploit for it. And also, just like the idea of, like, breaking a game, like, you know, it's like back in the old days when we talk about, like, Pokemon card trading or, like, Yu-Gi-Oh card trading. Like, I've always wanted that. I guess that romance is the right word. They don't use that word very much in English. They use it more in the Japanese anime. But, you know, the fantasy of being to buy a bunch of card packs, open them up, and get that, like, that one rare card that you build your deck around or whatever. Or be able to build theme decks like they all have in Yu-Gi-Oh, you know. I have my, like, set of bug cards, I have my set of dragon cards, whatever. Instead, it's just like, okay, these cards are the best in the meta. You go to your local card shop, you buy it, and now you have a deck. But you guys are making it sound like it's not viable, and I don't play IS anymore. So, like, I mean, you guys are saying, like, you don't have to use this exploit. You just have to go through 25. No. You guys are saying that you're investing 25 runs on this particular seed. Like, I seem to recall that usually they don't even let you invest 20 ingots in one go. Usually the thing cuts out before you get to 20 ingots. So you guys are just saying you don't have to use it. You can just play 100 runs on your own. That's not the point, guys. Basically what I'm saying is, like, I wish games could be fun instead of requiring this kind of stuff, or or when you say smart people can break the game, usually what that means to me is there's an optimal way to play this game, and if you're not playing the game this way, you're sandbagging. It's especially annoying in like games with like other people, like not even PvP games, even PvE games. If you're playing with other people and you have like people in the group who are just going to go with the optimal builds and you just want to play around, you're going to be lagging way behind. You're not going to be contributing to the group. You're going to be dying left and right. Your allies are going to be crowing about how they can kill the enemies in one hit, and you just like spent your whole magazine. You're like, what the F? Okay, go sleep, Yoshi. Goodbye. I'm not saying it's not fun for you to do this, but you know, like... No, you don't know. Obviously, you don't know. You're like, I mean, you don't have to. It's like... You see them complaining about this. I'm not complaining that you're having fun. I would never complain that you're having fun, unless your way of having fun is that it's trolling the crap out of people and getting a good laugh out of it. I know people do that for fun all the time. This isn't what you're talking about, so this doesn't apply. You're saying you're having fun doing this. I'm just saying it's annoying that if you want to use this character, like, she's not even that amazing of a character. Any other character, I could just throw the resource in, the stuff that I built up over many years. But for this specific character, you have to go in and play this IS mode. Makes it sound, and you guys are making it sound like you specifically need to invest 500 ingots. Normally, you can't invest 20 ingots in one go. Normally, you don't get 20 ingots right at the beginning. So the fact that you can do this 25 times, yeah, it's great. It's great that you can do this to skip through the thing. I'm annoyed that you have to do it. Like, that it's a requirement to get this character to stop bugging you on the main menu screen. Because like every day I open up that, you know, the daily task, the weekly task, whatever, I see that thing blinking in the corner. People make it seem like I don't care about this thing, so I'm just leaving them all over the place. And it's not that I don't care about it. I can't be bothered to go through it all. It's annoying to see it there, but what can I do when they're constantly alerting me to it? It's like when you open up like some gacha games, they'll like give you a little blip, a little notification for stuff in the paid store. It's like, why are you alerting me to deals in the cash shop? All this is a terrible deal. All right, I'll go back to this. I can't do this. I can't do this whole streaming thing. What happened? Looks like the evacuation of the civilians is complete, and the plates are beginning to separate. Time is short. We should retrieve... So you already made it here. Who's A figure approaches them from the other side of the corridor. You? But how could it be? You're in fancy armor. All districts have been fully evacuated, Your Imperial Majesty, and all the ministries are ready. They await your command. Tomorrow is the day of the full moon. Yes. Very well. Separate the plates. Heaven and earth rumble in the setting golden sun. The plates side by side begin to separate, starting from the outer areas, casting numerous shadows into the vast wilderness. They are the legs that carry the city and the foundation of its existence. Shanshui, Changjie. I'm not going to stop trying to read these. I can't. The 8 districts have seen 1,000 springs and autumns together. Or 100 springs and autumns together. They have long been standing united, overcoming hardships. Now that they are separated, the future is uncertain. I was wondering when you would come. Your Imperial Majesty, it's time.
You're responsible for victory and the lives of those who follow your orders. It's
Sometimes they black out characters' faces for the most inscrutable reasons. Like, for example, Chun's face was blacked out, I guess to hide the fact that she was an elf. But her pointy ear, her one visible pointy ear, is barely visible in her hair. But it made it seem like she was like some important big shot, whatever. For the True Lung, I think it's the whole thing about how like you're not supposed to like see that you're not supposed to gaze upon the Emperor's face. I'm not sure if this is a recurring thing, but I'm remembering like what was that one Jet Li's movie? Did I say? I can't remember. There was this one Jet Li movie that was it involved the first Emperor of China, and it was like it would replay it would basically replay the story over and over, but retold a little differently each time. I remember in that movie, the Jet Li's character got an audience with the Emperor, but like, you know, he was allowed to share a meal with the Emperor, but he had to be like super far away from the Emperor. And for each accomplishment, he got to like move to like a closer line. But even so, the guy's face, I don't remember the guy's face was obscured. It might not have been. His face might have been out in the open. But like there was the whole sense of distance between the Emperor and his subjects. This might be a thing I see in Japanese fiction as well. When you see the silhouette of an emperor or king or whatever, talking behind a curtain, behind a veil, you don't see their face, you see their outline. You know that there's a person there. Or rather, the outline of a person. Might not even be the real person. Heck, it might be a body double. It might be a cardboard cutout of the real person is just like chilling behind it just in case you shoot an arrow at him. I don't know. I think that's what it is. It could possibly be that this is Wei Yenwu's brother, and in theory they should look pretty similar, but they didn't want to make him look like some kind of well, he's a dragon, so he's not exactly a furry, but you know, they didn't want to give him the big old dragon snout. And maybe that was someone's way of subtly avoiding that. Big quotes on subtle. Okay, so we didn't get as far as I would like, and I know we're only 3 hours in, but I think I'm gonna leave this for a later time. I don't know, it's kind of haphazard. I suppose I could do more reading, go on an ad break and do more reading. Next time would probably be all EX8, but I really don't think I'd finish this today. Yeah, I will attempt to do more story readings, and I didn't mean to take oh man, I was thinking about maybe taking like longer streams as well. It's kind of a lot. Great. And there's the EX stages next week too. Yeah, I did all of like what, 2 stages? Okay, and if there's that much, maybe I should try to do 1 more chapters. I got through 2.5. It's not a lot. I didn't get through a lot today. Holy crap. Alright, you know what? Let's go on ad break and then we'll try to get a little bit more done. This is stopping awfully short after all. I thought maybe it would just end at like 8 or something like that. Maybe like 1 more after that. But yeah, I don't know how to fit in the EX stages, and then looks like we have S stages as well. Seems like there's a lot for this one. Nope. Before we go on that break though, maybe let me just do just a set of pools. Perhaps it's a waste, perhaps I want to save this for next time. F it, let's go. Oh, will you look at that? It's the first one too.
Long time no see, Doctor. I know things have gotten pretty serious, so I'm back to lend a hand. In case you need a reminder, I'm still with Rhodes Island.
Lady, I'm just happy to have you here. Welcome back. Okay, I'm happy. I am pleased. I'm actually glad I went and did that one last set of pulls. If I hadn't, I don't know, maybe I would have been greedier and tried to go for a handful more pulls. Just think though. That was the first one. If I waited 1 more day, I would have got her the free pull. But you know, I'm happy to get her. Now I just gotta figure out how to use her. Attacks hit twice. She still thinks she's the sword master.
This battle, Rhodes Island was there too? You have a lot of people who trust in your command and depend on you to direct them. That's important to keep in mind. This battle, Rhodes Island was there too?
Let's see here. Restores random amount of HP. Interesting. Okay, so this is like recovering between waves. It's not something that actually keeps her alive in the fight. Yeah, if she even gets 7 seconds, she gets some HP back. And then she gets a dodge. It looks like it's a guaranteed dodge, too. Attacks deal weakness damage. What the heck is this? Oh, what the hey? That's kind of crazy. She's an arts fighter who can attack defense or resistance. I wonder if, like, if the math might mess it up somehow. Like, I don't know, like, how are they calculating? Are they just saying, like, which one would do more damage? Because defense and resistance work differently. So I hope it's not something silly, like, 10 defense versus 10% resistance. There's no way it could work like that. Otherwise, it would be a very badly designed character. No, it's not the RNG that I think is interesting. I don't like the RNG. What I'm paying attention to is the fact that it restores health and it dodges the next thing. I still don't like the RNG, but I suppose it's more acceptable because maybe I didn't read it closely last time. But what I dislike is dodge chance RNG. So I probably misinterpreted it because I see percentage chance and I see dodge. So usually it's like you have a chance to dodge and that messes up the auto deploys. So maybe that I read it differently this time. I don't know. maybe I am having an idiot moment where I'm interpreting things in a different light. I'm seeing things in a different light somehow. Perhaps it's better to be more positive, but I don't think I'm in a positive mood today, so I think it's just that I'm reading this a little more clearly. 30% to 160 is a massive amount, but if I don't think about it as like a reliable heal, and this is just something that can happen over time, like, you know, sometimes they give you quite a bit of time between waves, right? In those cases, like, if the 7 seconds triggers enough times, who knows, maybe this would be a good amount. So I still don't like the fact that it's RNG, but the fact that the dodge is guaranteed is nice, and having some form of HP restoration in a fight, that's better than nothing. But yeah, it's still kind of lousy for auto deploys. Let's see here. I remember we talked about the sword wave being utterly ridiculous. Oh right, sword wave being literal dragon, right? Or dragon silhouette at least.
I spent a long time mastering Chi Xiao's techniques, but the answer I got was...
So yeah, who knows? Maybe I read differently, maybe I'm in a different mindset today, but either way, it's not the RNG that I think is interesting. Alright, so... oh, don't need to click that. I think this is the kind of visuals that I like on Arknights character, especially back in the day. Not so much anymore, but back with the original Qian, back with Amiya, with Guard Amiya. Ah, neat. The fact that if it takes out an enemy, it adds 1 to the remaining slash count. Against a horde of weak enemies, like super weak enemies, this could be pretty fascinating. Now, normally with super weak enemies, someone like Blaze could just deal with them all. But it's still fascinating. If target has not been defeated, its undeployable tile, move to said tile. What? Okay, there's a lot to check out here.
This battle. Rhodes Island was there too?
Okay, so on this particular squad, maybe we can forgo Upianis. Seems a little dangerous, but I will take it. Should have put her at level 61. There's too many characters for me to sort through. First one should be fairly straightforward. I do like silence though. Let's go with the second skill for now.
Doesn't feel too unfamiliar yet.
Alright, and then we'll just go on one last break. Alrighty, I'm back. Alright, let's just jump into the story. When a year is a long time, Yan has moved an entire city onto a nomadic platform. Other nomadic cities like it are popping up across the land. The Sky Mirror Pavilion has been expanded several times in order to accommodate the books collected from far and wide, transforming it beyond recognition. 20 years is a short time. Our family rarely saw one another. Shuo and Ling remain on the border. Jun is planning to move to Danyan after compiling the laws of Yan. Shu is living in Dahang. Ji and Yi travel far and wide, each for their own reasons, while Nian is as carefree as ever. I already forgot what Ji looks like. Wait, was that the name of the robot? Surely not. Or, no, actually, wait, hang on. Let's see how many siblings we have. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, including the narrator. Huh. Now I'm not certain. Rumor has it that Fang has left Yanni's territory. Dust refused to come out of her scroll. Meanwhile, business at Yu's restaurant is booming, as has been for decades. As for Wang, he shut himself in an ancient temple and has remained there for 20 years to improve his Wei Chi skills. When will he be willing to see me again? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just say 5 here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so G is one of them, but who's that again? I can't remember. No, Raph, probably not tonight. Yeah? The Imperial Historical Cabinet wants an update on the review of Jiangji's local chronicles. Oops, you caught me slacking off. That's alright. I've already taken a look at it and circled all the issues. Do you want to take another look? Huh? When did it... You really should get some rest. It's getting to you. I've been watching you work longer hours and sleep less year after year. All the local annuals, the construction chronicles, veritable records of the previous Trulong, ancient history textbook for the academy. I feel overworked and all I do is organize the book for you. I heard that the Ministry of Works requests have been dropping, and Shu's workload at Dahang is no longer as heavy. Dahuang. But the burden on your shoulders doesn't ever seem to get lighter. Yeah? Huh? Sorry, I got distracted. You're right, I guess I'm tired. Should set this work aside for now. Good. How about we go for a walk in town? No, not today. I don't think I'm in the mood. But you see anything interesting in town, bring some back for me. Candle holder Chun. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? I have an urgent letter for you. For me? From who? Someone had sent a letter to the Swede regulator. The supervisor was shocked by its contents and forwarded it to His Majesty, as well as every candle holder who deals with the proxies directly. What's in this? I do not know. The supervisor's instructions to you are to be ready, but refrain from acting without permission. What's this? So it looks like this is about Wang. Shows the year of his birth, time when he fought Shuo, resulting in great property damage. Framed in Mandarin for a crime he did not commit, in order to cover up for one of his own kind. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. I feel like with how shady these bastards are, we have at least 2 occasions where the officials try to lie about stuff involving vast amounts of people dying. Like, okay, it's bad enough that they tried to make it sound like only 100 people died when 3,000 people died, but literally 40 years ago, before the present time, they executed our entire family. It's not good. Met with other proxies in secret with the Sweet Regulator's knowledge. The Sweet Regulator suffered fire several months later, the cause of which is unknown. Are those two supposed to be connected? Especially if the cause is unknown? Came to kill the bestial Jew, but had in fact allowed to leave the domain of Yan. He did do that, but I could have sworn that Shuo was involved in that. Might need to review that a little bit. Framing an official, meeting a secret, arson, sheltering a firmament? This is about Wang? Did Wang Rui do this? But there's no record in the Sweet Regulator's archives. You're still here? There's a question mark now. I have another message for you, Candle Holder Chun. Eliminate the great evil before dealing with the culprit. The great evil? The frightened candle holder hurries back to the Sky Mirror Pavilion and passes by some officials leaving the building. I'm still getting some vibes back to the first arc of Mistborn. A supremely powerful entity that, even while trapped, is manipulating people. Did you hear about Jia? Yeah, she's been throwing her weight around, doing whatever she wants with the history books, and there's no one in the Sky Mirror Pavilion, the Imperial Historical Cabinet, who can stop her. It's becoming a real problem. Her candle holder has been negligent in her duties. She'd be held responsible if the history of Yan falls into chaos. The candle holder turns around and sees the 2 figures leaving quickly. Still unsettled, she picks up a scroll left on the shelf by the Sweet Regulator. Candor knows that something's not right, but she cannot stop her eyes from following the words. Domination of the Sky Mirror Pavilion and the Imperial Historical Cabinet. Her intentions are pure, but no one's able to check her power. The True Lung attempts to eliminate Sui to neutralize the Jia threat. The tomb of Sui was empty when it was open. To neutralize the Jia threat. You guys should have tried to eliminate Sui way back then. Who knows, maybe there was a nice person around and let the siblings live. Imperial Historical Cabinet abolished. Takes control of the written language of Yan. No one may oppose her. Reviews the livelihood of every household in the land. Anyone who has committed fraudulent acts has their name erased and exiled to the borders. Thousands die. Well, if you have thousands of people committing fraudulent acts, I don't know. Maybe they do deserve to get tossed out there. It doesn't sound like her anyway. But like, seriously, if there's people just like constantly trying to take advantage of other people, maybe they should suffer for it. Oh well, I'm letting too much of my own opinion get in here. Who cares what I think, right? It's not real. None of this is true. She's not like that. Several visitors gaze curiously at the woman in candle holder garb. Chun wipes the cold sweat off her brow, sees an ordinary book of poems in her hand. Must be possessed. Yes, that's it. She's not like that. Are you sure she will never become like that? Of course! Frightened candle holder can no longer tell who is speaking to her. She would change as her power continues to grow. She will become it. It? She does not want to become it. She is seeking your help. She does not want to become that. Yan is seeking your help. This ending is unacceptable to Yan. She cannot help but become more powerful, more terrible than the sweet beast itself. You must help her. Only you can help her. I can't. You make the choice that's best for everyone. Best for everyone? Wait, who was talking to me? She sees no one, only the echo of the words ringing in her ears. Your Imperial Majesty? Hopefully this guy's gotten a little wiser now that he's like 37. The young official walks into the magnificent hall. It's her first time here. The Supreme Sovereign's not sitting on the throne, standing by the window and gazing at the drizzle outside. You are aware that the Grand Preceptor passed away yesterday. He was your teacher and mine. He recommended you before he died. He said you were his proudest student, that you could be trusted with heavy responsibility. There were certain things that I did not have time to ask him, so I have to ask you. I'm listening, Your Majesty. Wait, the Grand Preceptor. Is this the woman who was executed along with her entire family? Just so that Jan could remain looking strong? Blaze's ancestor? Someone whose name was erased from history because they needed a scapegoat? 20 years ago, the Grand Preceptor opposed my decision to build the nomadic cities. He said it was an oppressive policy, and that my first priority should be to conserve and give people relief. 20 years have passed since. Some say that Jan's borders are secure and its coffers are rich. Golden age not seen in 1,000 years. Some say that Great Jan is exhausted and its people discontent. You think I was wrong. I'm but one person, and it is not my place to judge your Imperial Majesty. If I were a wealthy merchant enjoying a luxurious life in a nomadic city, and I said you were a great and wise leader, would you consider such compliment honest counsel? If I was a common peasant whose family died in the construction projects, and I called you a foolish tyrant with no merit whatsoever, would such criticism be fair and just? I ask your Majesty in turn, is it the opinion of future generations that you're concerned about? Or is it something else? You have a way with words. Very well. I will not ask you to judge. Instead, give me a word of advice in your teacher's place. He once said something that stayed with me my entire life. In worldly turmoil we tread, in our own conscience we trust. Even an ordinary peasant has a hard time finding a fair and impartial judgment in the complex affairs of a lifetime, let alone your Majesty. There is no measure by which your deeds can be judged. In your heart, however, I'm sure that your conscience holds the true measure. In our own conscience we trust. While my conscience tells me that I have never been wrong, then you would not have summoned me here today. I would simply remind you that the people of Yan can see you, even if they do not know you. But it will take more effort, if you wish, from within the Forbidden City to see the people clearly, and thus see the good and ill of your own actions. I remember that. I remember it for the 20 years to come, if I have them. The Grand Preceptor's assessment of his own students is well justified. Report to the Ministry of Rights tomorrow. Your Imperial Majesty honors me. That is something praiseworthy, I think. For all the bad stuff I've seen in the story, it seems like the Emperor has matured a little bit. But also this little bit. It will take more effort, if you wish, to see the good and ill of your own actions. To see the people clearly, and thus see the good and ill of your own actions. Within the Forbidden City could be replaced with from your palace, from the capital. If you live your entire life within the palace, even that's where your duties demand that you be, it is hard to see the people clearly. Or so I think. It's not like I've ever been in a palace. The tired Trulung walks back to the throne. There is a letter of indictment on his desk. It was sent by the Sui regulator. Worldly turmoil we tread, our own conscience we trust. Life measured in years, yet the stress feels ancient.
Let future generations judge my deeds as they will, but the bane of Yon must not be left to the future. Come. Yes, your majesty. Ready the troops. We shall open the tomb of Sui. And a long, tiring day, Proxy returns to the familiar temple, casts his gaze at the Weiqi board in a corner as is his habit. One glance is all it takes to notice that something's not right. Someone has been here. The Weiqi board is empty, except for a single object in the middle, though it's dark in the room and he cannot see what it is. As he approaches, he sees that placed at the center is a ripe, white ginkgo seed. That ginkgo sapling was planted in the spring of this year. The Ministry of Works swore an oath in this hall several days ago that the rebuilding of Baizhou into a nomadic city will be complete before the tree bears fruit. 20 years, that is the time you have. Immortality has made you arrogant. Perhaps you have forgotten that mortals do not have many 20 years. Yan cannot wait, and neither can I. You need not press. I have long intended the same. So he's still carrying out his word. He's still refusing to give Wang more than 20 years to deal with the problem. But at the very least, he doesn't seem like the same arrogant kid who was like, this stuff could be reused. It could be used to build armies. Could be used to make the country prosperous. No, he's looking from a different perspective. The sins of our forefathers should not be for our children to bear. If you truly found a path, tell me, and I will come with you. Chances would be better that way. Just tell me what the chances are. You can use me however you want. I'd be honored to give my life. But do you really know what you're doing? This game should have been doomed. How could the part defeat the whole? How can one kill oneself and survive? But he saw the only way out for all of them. He will supplant it. Perhaps there will come a day when our strength exceeds its. Then we can truly break free of its influence and live as ourselves. As long as we don't forget who we are, of course. The strategist is ready. He has no equal in the land when it comes to Weiqi and scheming. This is the true self, or this is the self that anchors him, and the strength that he has built for 1,000 years. All he faces are the broken remains of his slumbering mind. He must not lose this game. It's been a long time. The arrogant, the immovable. I. Return to this dark tomb for the first time in 1,000 years brings back countless emotions. Anger, frustration, shame. As he steps inside, he feels himself chilled to the bone. No! No! This is impossible. How? How could you have already awakened? So did he not know that his... No, he knew that the thing had taken on a form of his reflection. I guess he didn't expect that it would get out of the dream.
3 armies. Heed these orders. We march.
Good scenery here, Doctor. Whew. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Che posto stupendo.
Don't worry, you got me. Volcanic soot contains lots of originium particles. Let's not stay too
Not be
long.
teleported, can transform to a glyph and travel through glyph tiles. What? When Sam becomes stunned, temporarily unable to transform.
Hate and resentment have no place, but in a burst of autumn red.
Well, there it goes. Just rip out the enemy and the glyph. I don't like this mechanic, even if it's a little weird.
At least make me lose the code.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
I'm not certain what all these other symbols are.
Chi-chow, unsheath.
Oh crap.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
Okay, at level 1 she's not strong enough to endure that.
Need speed to succeed.
The shadow beneath your feet is not your own.
This time, we can make up for the missing data in the last report.
Location secure.
Whew. Oh, we're counting on you again today, little apple.
A nightmare born of the void of evolution. Right. Do we have to film this time?
Those particles have no place here. I'll send them away.
Clear this one out.
Blood for blood.
As move, unsheathing blade.
Okay, that's going slower than I thought.
I do not fear death.
Remember, patience makes perfect.
This thing keeps shifting around. I don't remember what these symbols are. I'm hoping it's not like super bad.
I do not fear.
I have to get serious now.
I do not fear death.
Generates wheeled arms or wheeled arms are pressed. What does that mean? I can't remember. Let me just put it here, see what happens. Also kill this thing.
Blood for blood.
I see them. I'll be right back. Need speed to succeed.
Okay, so it does create enemy soldiers. Okay. Good to know.
Fear not the power of the as move at teardrop point. Once known, be deft.
Mission accomplished.
Alright, that stage felt pretty straightforward. Also, I wasn't exactly using high-low team. Well, I mean, I had a small number of... I mean, it wasn't like I was using a low-low team, but I only had small number high-low units. Damn, it's just a sword. How could this be screwed up? Getting rusty? The smith scratches her head in confusion and takes out another steel ingot from storage. Autumn's wet this year. It's suffocating. Something doesn't feel right. Impossible. This is impossible. Is it awakening? An angry cloud appeared on the comm scroll. Crack of thunder leaves an ink trail on the white scroll, looking decidedly out of place. Countless terrible ink spirits appear out of nowhere, scattering across the scroll, covering everything on it in black ink. I didn't paint this. Go away! Your long journey, Mr. Shul. I will take you to a quiet place where you can rest. I should not delay in reporting to the Ministry of War. There has been an incident in Baisao. His Majesty commands that you are not to enter for the time being. Why? Is that the tomb of Sui? What have you done? Did the heart skip a beat, or did it beat twice in an instant? Or is it the vibration of the Namak city from some sudden movement? Or was it... Plop. The scroll that was in the proxy's hands now on the ground. Wang? Yeah. What is it? Look at this. A letter of indictment? Wang? Who gave you this? Someone sent it to the Sui regulator. The supervisor had to report to His Majesty. There are rumors that the Imperial Guard is coming to the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Finally! Finally! You're here! Why are you awake? No. Your aura is almost identical to his own, but you appeared in that hollow visage. The hollow visage that is also yours. In any case, you're not awake. You're still in the dream. Of course I'm awake. You had awakened me centuries ago, when you intruded upon my dream. You're bluffing. I'd not be standing here if you were truly awake. You flexed in your dream and thought you had woken up. You, a mere dreamwalker not yet awake, dare call yourself awake. Dreamwalker? Very well, we'll call this journey in a dream. But I see those games you and your siblings play with those puny humans. Your foolish, flawed, presumptuous plan to replace me. You want to become the same as the humans, to become such fickle, puny creatures in order to escape your fate? How pathetic. How laughable. You forget that these puny creatures defeated you and imprisoned you for 1,000 years. Doesn't matter if you're awake. You're a shadow, a reflection, a phantom questioning its own shade, a reflection in fleeting water. Killing you will not be difficult. Is that so? Proxy turns around to look at the corridor that he just walked through, but finds no path. Why are you afraid, then? It took so long for you to get a chance to see me like this. If you're not afraid, why have you not torn me to pieces in your hatred? Pathetic. Foolish. Watch your tongue. Didn't you want to fight me to the death? Then come, do what you do best. A Weichi board appears in front of Wang with a familiar crack in it. Without asking, the mysterious foe takes the white stone and goes first, according to tradition. The first stone is placed in the Tianyuan position, the center of the board. First move, Tianyuan. Are you mocking me? You'll find out when the game has ended. Your turn. Takes a black piece. The 19 by 19 board is intimately familiar to him. He's not tasted defeat in a long time. Yet it seems as though his opponent sees through his every move, every thought, every emotion. He soon finds himself at a disadvantage, even though his opponent had forfeited the opening move. Impossible. Why would it be? Have you not realized that all the intricate moves that you have pondered, all your puny stratagems, are no secrets to me? Both his eyes look, if not white, maybe faintly yellowish, but Wang's right eye seems to be all white. At first I thought he was cross-eyed, and then I wondered if he was blind in one eye. Because I'm you. Giving up already? No, that won't do. You must finish the game. So be it. He clenches his teeth and picks up another stone. Every move causes a splitting headache. Every move drains his spirit. The game is finally concluded after 100 or so moves, with all endgame plays settled. Black wins by the slimmest of margins, half a point, as the points are tallied. The player is exhausted, at his last gasp. See a trip redeem? I'll sip some water, I'll stretch, I'll keep going. You lose. Again as ever. Leaving aside whether this child's play even counts, do you think this is the only game between us? The name of this game is Wang. You may have won this round, but have you any idea how insignificant it is in the big picture? Step back. Go there and look back, and see if there's any meaning in these moves that took every drop of your being. Against his will, Wang gets up and takes a few steps back. It's only a few steps, but the board that he has been seeing has shrunk to a tiny piece. No matter how you flail and struggle, is no more than 1/12 of the game. All the twists and turns of your black pieces will not determine the outcome of a single corner. Why do you think you would make me concede? Wang forced himself to look. It's no longer a 19 by 19 board, but hundreds of lines vertical and across. The game that he had poured his heart and soul into just to win by hair looks utterly insignificant on the vast board. Countless white pieces, as many as there are stars in the sky, lie beyond the board, which itself seems endless. There's no room to intervene in the formation, as immutable as Sui's anger and contempt, which has simmered for 1,000 years. Alright, gonna stretch real fast. Guess I should have hit the autoplay before that. You planned this. Of course I planned this! This plan began to take form in my countless dreams ever since you glimpsed into my mind centuries ago. A white would begin to lay the pieces around you, quietly and unbeknownst to you. What you done, he made a note of. What you did not finish, he finished for you. What you did not do, he did in your image. He made you wary of the humans, and the humans wary of you, forcing you and your kind to return here, the source of your immortality for centuries. Why do you care that we live? As long as I live, you'll always have a choice. The last thing that Jan wants to see. To return to my consciousness and destroy everything that was built upon the grand hunt. The great hunt, my bad. As long as you live, I will never regain my full strength. Strength that allows me to break my shackles. Our lives are too intertwined for peace to be a possibility. Yet you would seek peace with the humans. Jan would not abide me, who almost became their god. Why would they abide you when you replace me? You are not worthy to play at this board. I will take your life, then the lives of your siblings. Vanish now as your inevitable fate. The true Lung let Wang go to the tomb of Sui alone. He would not have given Wang the opportunity to tell me. He never wanted to hurt anyone. Words were never a strong suit. He was obsessed with victory and defeat, but cared nothing for loss and gain. The shrewdest, and the most foolish among us. He saw through every scheme and treachery, but he could not do something as simple as letting those around him truly know him. Besides, am I not the proxy that the Sui regulator and you have always feared the most? I knew, or rather, I knew they would tell you. I can feel it, even if you didn't say anything. Her eyes are golden now. I thought I can control this power in time. Lately, though, I've been feeling less and less like myself. My memories began to grow indistinct many years ago. In recent years, the same has happened to my emotions. Perhaps there's something I want to ask you, Chun, impolite as it may be. What did you feel when your mother died? Underneath her thick black hair, the elf's ears twitch. But why do you ask? Because there's still hope for Wang. You're going to save him? As it stands, with my strength and his, I could do no more than die in his place. What is the death of a family member like for beings like you and me? Why do you ask? Why do you have to open my wounds? Suddenly, Chun understands. Jia is asking for herself, and for Wang. If losing a loved one is merely a little speck of sorrow in a long life, then she would choose death and leave the insignificant sorrow to Wang.
become a loss that stings a little from time to time for our siblings. The pain of losing a loved one still threatens to tear one apart, even for those with lifespans far beyond the ordinary mortal. Then she would choose to bear the unbearable pain and the burden of those left behind, seeking the task of eliminating Sui through to the end. An immortal being, facing the possibility of losing family forever for the first time. Though she has written about meetings and partings innumerable times, finding no other measure to judge by, she could only rely on Chun to make a decision. She only has to tell the truth. The pain of losing a loved one does not heal so easily, even after decades, after centuries. That death is liberation and life is pain. Which way the scale tips is obvious. It was best for Wang to let him go, so that Jia may remain and feel the pain that lingers. Okay, this has to be a typo. It was best to let Wang go. Wang reaps the death that he sowed where Jia remains. That's how things should be. That Jia would cautiously advance the cause of limiting Sui without crossing the line as Wang did, incurring the wrath of the True Lung when the Sui regulators received an anonymous tip. But it's obvious too that the anonymous tip was from Sui itself. Nasty. Eliminate the great evil before dealing with the culprit. There's no one in the Sky Mirror Pavilion or the Imperial Historical Cabinet who could stop her. It's becoming a real problem. She should be held responsible if the history of Yan falls into chaos. Okay, well, it's the same stuff again. Chaotic, murky memories grip the Candlehearter's heart. It's not right. She seems to remember that none of the speakers had faces. Something's not right. It is false, fabricated, designed to drive a rift between Candlehearter and Proxy, turn them against each other. But is it not a fact that Jia's power is growing? She will become more powerful, more terrible than the sweet beast itself. She cannot help it. I must help her. I must do my duty to Great Yan. Two entwined wills surge in her heart. One belongs to her, the other to those faceless people, but also to a Yan that does not want to give a Proxy complete control over history. She cannot help but suspect that her recruitment by the Sui Regulator was not luck, but planned. She was assigned to watch the most difficult Proxy to control because of her long lifespan. She would understand the monster that Jia would become because of her interest in history. She would lose her hard-earned home if she betrayed Great Yan because she has nowhere to go. Is that why? She feels the crushing weight of her burden. A rumbling sound fills her mind. She cannot think. She must do her duty to Yan, do her duty as Candlehearter. By chance, she has seen Jia as her most fragile. She must let the great evil take the culprit's place. It would be best for the Proxies even. Yan would lose a reason to wage war on them. My mother, when she passed, I felt very little. The pain tore you apart. Have a good night, Kiba. It felt as though the death of my mother left a hole in my heart, made me find something new to refill it. It was as though your heart was ripped out from your chest, leaving behind a bloody hole. And you know that nothing would ever fill it, that things would never be the same again. I cried when I buried her, but that was it. I stopped crying very soon. You had cried your tears dry by the time the last dirt was laid over your mother's face, but you still could not stop crying. You had no idea what to do. Our journey is a long one. We'll find new things and meet new people. That will soothe the temporary pain. Your life is too long, lasting things too few. When you lose them, they leave behind voids that can never be filled, wounds that never heal. I hardly even think of my mother anymore because I have you. I have other friends. Your loved ones appear in your dreams. They come to you when you're alone. The pain grips your heart when you hear songs like the melodies that she once hummed. There's nowhere to run. When I'm with you, I'm happy.
She barely managed to utter those last few words, so great was her urge to throw up. She could hardly breathe. She dares not look into the Broxy's eyes. She fears that the one before her will be blinded by her words and truly believe that loss is something that can be soothed by time. She fears that the one before her would see through her lies, see her vile intention and despise her. She fears herself for saying those words. I see. I see. Thank you. You're a good candle holder. The murk in the candle holder's chest suddenly clears. There's only an empty hole there now. Wind blows through the hole and speaks in her voice. Gia, It was a cruel question, but I asked because my heart was in turmoil. On second thought, I would likely have made the same decision whether I asked the question or not. I regretted as soon as I asked. You're smart. You would realize I was forcing my candle holder to choose my death or Wang's. I shouldn't have made you do this. You didn't say anything but yourself. You chose to communicate Great Yan's will to me, that's all. Death is an adventure that's unique for everyone. There's no previous experience to draw from. We must each walk our own path. The local annals that need to be edited are on my desk. Take them to the sweet regulator when you have time. Yeah. Jin fights back her tears. Even crying would be a lie here and now. But the hole in her chest continues to sob, a sound only she can hear. Finally, she forces a few sorrowful, powerless words from her chest. I'll be going. You. Take care. What's going on, Jia? The Imperial Guard's coming to the Skymere Pavilion. I almost got shut inside my own home by my candle holder. Did something happen to Wang? You can hear it, can't you? It's heartbeat. He went to the tomb of Sui. When? 2 hours ago. We can talk about the rule breaking later. The court clearly wants to exclude us and time is short. What's your plan? I'm going to help Wang. I'll go with you. No. Why? He and I will take care of this. Are you sure? I'm sure. He and I are making plans to eliminate Sui. There's no time to explain the plan right now. Your presence would not help. It will only increase the risk. Besides, there's something I must ask you to do. Take care of this writing knife. Your powers should be able to preserve it. What are you planning? How bad have things gotten? It will not awaken, not yet. I can promise you this, and so can Wang. But you... someone will come back. Either you or him? I'm coming with you. No, Jun. I truly mean no offense. I need to entrust this writing knife to the keeping of someone who's absolutely just and impartial. If someone with ill intent gets their hands on it, you do far more damage than the death of a single proxy. I thought about destroying it. In the end, I felt it was worth preserving. The wrongs of the past should be righted, though I do not know at what price. Perhaps the writing knife will be a help to you, or to Yan, until the day comes when no one can use it anymore. Don't be like this, Jun. Maybe I'll come back with Wang, and we'll go together to eat at Yu's and listen to you sing. And if I never return, there's a long road ahead of you. It's not so easy to not look back. She looks at the numerous lives and deaths recorded upon the shelves, many of which she had written with her own pen. Would she become one of them? How would those who come after depict this life? One that seems too long for others to comprehend, yet far too hurried for herself. How would the other siblings react when they read those pages? No, there will be no record of it. She knows it. Of all the siblings, she is the one who spent the most time with Wang. She has given Wang ideas for his plans, helped him calculate the conditions and timing for Sui's elimination. She can guess what is happening in the tomb of Sui. The clear and distinct heartbeat has already told the full story. There's no other way. She must use her powers to erase the name. She has spent more time in the More Realm than ordinary people. Everyone dies. It is precisely the cycle of life and death that's made possible the innumerable ways of life that fascinated her, as well as her siblings. But if death is such an unremarkable thing, like a wisp of smoke in the wind, what is living, truly? Light from the setting sun pours into the room, upon the countless history tomes, as though relentlessly pouring through the traces of the past. Every word in these scrolls was written with tears of blood, but the only thing written in the last page is the word regret. The sun's rays by the window. How warm. But she does not walk towards the sunlight. She leaves the room, into the darkness of the tomb. No words need to be said. Wang knows it is a fragment it has retrieved from his own memory, an image that he has never forgotten for even a moment in the last 120 years. He lies exhausted upon the ground. 100 white pieces on the boards have turned into blades that impale his chest, and is slowly inundated by the pure white, till the golden light surrounds him. I am sorry. Wait for me. Wait for me to come back. For you to come back. It was the other side of the dream, a place that he should not have been able to touch. But she seems to notice him and turns around to look at him. There's a faint smile on Jess's face, and she nods slightly. The light gushes from behind her, surrounding the figure, swallowing it, dissolving it, sweeping away the dream realm, and revealing the true face of this place.
A battle without an explosion or cheering makes me feel a little uneasy. Let's head back. A drink? Maybe next time.
That actually did grip my heart quite a bit. Tales of self-sacrifice always resonate with me. I don't know, that's because like I've always dreamed of an ending where my life has meaning, or if it's like a level of heroism that I wish I could aspire to, but would never be able to accomplish on my own. I don't know. But yeah, these kind of things actually do tug at the heartstrings for me. Just a story and just words on paper, characters that don't exist, a drawing that doesn't even really move. And yet it moves me. Anyway, I think that's all we got for today. I suppose we should call it here. I will need to redo the stage at some point, although maybe in the meantime I could let one of these other things get formed, who knows. Yeah, perhaps this thing. Anyway. Let's go say hi to someone. Let's see. I thought someone on my follow list would be playing Silver Palace. Game's not out yet. I can't remember if I signed up for the beta. I thought I did. But, you know, maybe I just didn't get in. Anyway, I heard that starting, well, on the 23rd, so maybe in a few hours, it'll be available for, like, a closed beta will be available, I think. Not an open beta. I'm still curious about it, though. I want to check it out. In any case, I think we will just... I think we'll probably just call it today. Been feeling a little drained today, so yeah. I'll just leave it here. Before that, the end of stream scribble. A game of skill, a game of chance, with lives and heavy fates on the line. Between these, which do I fear more?
Outplayed and outmatched my best, or subject to whims I cannot trust, it's hard to decide how I'll lose. And can I say with confidence that chance does not actually take skill? Maybe not every game a chance, but even like some games that you think are just like luck of the draw. I mean, it is luck of the draw, but there's still like probability and bluffing and all those other things that go into it. Anyway, that's about for today, so thank you for joining me. Hope you had fun. We'll probably finish this off next week, but I also got to do the EX stages, so we'll see how that goes. But for now, stay safe, stay well, and with well wishes from me to you, have a good one. Goodbye.